All right. Good morning, council. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call this meeting to order. We have agenda before us, just looking if there's any additions to the agenda.
Mr. Chair, Administration would like to request the following. Proposed addition to the agenda under 10, correspondence and information. 10.8, kind donation request. In-kind donation request.
That's 10.8.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Anything else?
Not for administration.
Anything from council? All right, just looking for a motion. Thank you, Councillor Palmer, for making the motion that we adopt the amended agenda with the following additions under 10, correspondence, in-kind donation requests from Can Shekina. Any discussion on this? Or maybe send me back to school for for pronunciation. All right, I'll call for the vote. Is that on mic or is he even voting? What did he say?
I'll vote yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, that's carried. Looking for a motion to adopt the minutes of regular meeting of council, June 23rd, 2026, please. Thank you, Councillor Kalu, for making that motion. Any discussion on this motion? Things are a little slow this morning, I see. Okay, I'll call for the vote.
I vote yes.
Ed, do you realize you just voted two motions yes in a row?
I know it's tough, but I'm trying to let go.
That's carried. Let's all vote. Let's have a motion that Ed's got to pay us all $100 or something like that. Eh? Someone make that one. He's in a real roll right now. That was carried. Thank you. On to development application 7.1.
Good morning, Reven Council.
Morning.
This is development permit 2026-D-073 for Bobby and Forrest Pursley. The applicant is applying for a variance to policy 3A.007, municipal road approach policy, to allow 3 approaches on the parcel. The property is located at the northeast corner of Range Road 462 and Township Road 622, which is Dupree Road. Adjacent properties are quarter sections, remnants, and a residential parcel. The applicant is applying for a third approach to the quarter section to bring machinery into the quarter. He has been accessing through the ditch, but is having extra difficulty this year. He has difficulties accessing through the well sites due to the berms and the locations of the oil field facilities. A letter was sent to the Infrastructure Services Department with no concerns. Adjacent landowner letters were sent out on June 16th with no concerns returned. Recommendation for development permit application 2026-D-073 is approve the request for a variance to policy 3A.007 municipal road approach policy to allow 3 approaches per quarter as a discretionary use as per Part 6, Section 6.2.2 and Part 7, Section 7.3.2 of the Land Use Bylaw with the following conditions. Approach shall be located 100 meters from the intersection of any municipal roads and highways. Construct as per MD construction standards for road approaches. Contact the Planning and Development Department once the approach is complete and ready for final inspection. Any questions?
I'm not seeing any, no.
I have a question, not a question, just a comment.
Go ahead, Mr. Counselor DeShane.
Yes, I went and viewed that site and that quarter section. He has very few options there. He's right in his statements, and I was hoping to make a motion to approve that, but we'll wait and see if there's any comments or questions.
There was none, so you can go ahead, Ed.
Oh,
Oh, 1 second, we do have Counselor, sorry,
Ben.
Deputy Reeve Fadeev has something.
Thanks. So in regards to, there's two entries and they're going to well sites, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I was surprised it took them that long to ask for a third one. Okay.
All right, anything else? I'm not seeing that. Okay, Ed, go ahead.
okay, I'd make the motion to approve the proposal.
All right, thank you, Counselor
for the third
DeShane. Thank you, Counselor DeShane, for making that motion that council approves development permit application number 2026-D-073 for variance to policy number 38.007 municipal road approach policy to allow 3 approaches per quarter as discretionary use as Part 6, Section 6.22 and Part 7, Section 7.3.2 of the land use bylaw with the following condition. The approach shall be located 100 meters from the intersection of any municipal road and highways. Construction as per MD construction standards for road approaches. Contact the Planning and Development Department at 780-826-3171, option 3, once the approach is complete and ready for final inspection. Any discussion on this motion? Okay, I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote.
I will vote yes.
Thank you. Thank you, that was carried. Does council want to hear the 7.2, or do you guys want to read the letter that came in before we go to 7.2? You want to read it first or listen to the, what is council? We're going to read the letter first, so we're going to take a short break and go read this letter. We just got this morning, so we're going to read this in the back and then come back and Good. All right. Thank you for your patience, everyone. We'll continue. Good morning, Christy, again. Go ahead.
Good. Okay. This is development permit application 2026-D-108 for Pickowitz Farm. The applicant is applying for a major rural industrial use for a trucking company with a size variance from 20 acres to 9.51 acres. The property is located east of Highway 28 and 660 intersection. Adjacent properties are quarter sections and remnants. The applicant has been utilizing this lot for the parking and storage of his trucks and trailers without permits and would like to add a shop of 17,000 square feet with office for the trucking business. The business operates 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day of the week with 24-hour dispatch. There are 30 employees, 6 of who are office staff who will stay on site Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. office hours. The land and shop will be for repairs and maintenance of trucks and trailers while providing parking for units. They have 30 trucks and 50 trailers, where about 70% will be in and out each day. They will not store materials on site, and the concrete that is on site will be crushed and used to gravel the yard. This application has been classified as a major rural industrial use. due to the number of trucks and trailers, which requires 20 acres, but they are only utilizing 5 acres, which is why the variance was requested. Upon review of the intensity of the development, administration is not recommending approval of the variance, but of consolidation of the 9.51 acre parcel into the consolidation, or into the quarter section, which would make this compliant with the size requirements of the land use bylaw, and no variance would be required. This was discussed with the applicant, and he is agreeable to this process. This location is outside of a development node for the Highway 28 and 4D1 area structure plan. Therefore, there is no specific guidance or restrictions provided in the ASP. An application was made to Alberta Transportation for a roadside development permit, and they are in discussions regarding the placement of the shop prior to an approval being issued. Any conditions provided by Alberta Transportation will be paramount to the MD's conditions. Adjacent landowner letters were sent out on June 16th, and we received 3 letters of concern after the report was generated. Referrals were sent to infrastructure services with no concerns reported. I do have a summary of the concerns for the application 2026-D-108. The industrial use being incompatible with the agricultural and residential surrounding properties. The impact of noise, dust, diesel emissions from the proposed development. Concerns regarding light pollution, potential ground and water contamination from fuel, motor oil, heavy metals, and chemical solvents. The increased traffic causing more risk for residents, school buses, farm equipment, and commuters. The congestion at the Highway 28 intersection and the damage to residential roads. Potential negative impact to property values. Loss of quiet rural character of the area. Recommendation for development application 2026-D-108 is approve the request for a major rural industrial use for a trucking company as a discretionary use as per Part 6, Section 6.28 and Part 7, Section 6.3.2 of the land use bylaw with the following conditions. Consolidation of Plan 182-1736, Block 1, Lot 1 into Northwest 2261-5 west of the 4th. As per Section 442.1 of the Land Use Bylaw 1915, the minimum setback shall be external public road, 125 feet from the center line, primary highway, 234 feet from the center line. An approved building permit is required as per the Alberta Safety Codes Act. Applicable electrical, gas, plumbing, sewer permits are required as per the Alberta Safety Codes Act. As per Section 6.21 of the Land Use Bylaw 1915, outdoor lighting shall be located so that rays of light are not directed at an adjacent site, do not adversely affect an adjacent site, do not adversely affect traffic. Enter into a road maintenance agreement with transportation and utilities at the MD. Building waste shall be contained on site in a waste bin or a covered enclosed trailer as per Consolidated Public Safety Bylaw number 1812. Outdoor storage of goods, products, materials, or equipment shall be screened from public thoroughfares to the satisfaction of the Development Authority. As per Section 7.3.6, rear and side yard setbacks shall be 6 meters. And we do have the applicant and the concerned adjacents here if you have any questions for them. Any questions for administration?
Councillor Palmer?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I do have a few questions. Ultimately, with this being adjacent to a transportation corridor, would we not be wanting to put a condition that Alberta Transportation approval be required? Because I don't see that as part of the conditions, and our approval will be hindrant on whether they approve or not. Ultimately, is the operation operating now without approvals in place prior?
So to answer the first question, Alberta Transportation is paramount. So regardless if we do have that condition or not, they have to have approval of that. But yes, I do usually put that in there, but I have missed it this time. And second, they have been parking and storing their materials on site prior to obtaining approvals.
For how long? I guess you could probably answer that, Mr. Pickowitz. Last fall, so almost 8-9 months now or so? Okay. Sorry to cut in there, I just
Oh,
wanted to
that's
know the
okay.
information at that time.
Ultimately, will there be a roadside development permit required as well as the roadside approval for them using the access to Highway 28?
The Alberta Transportation Roadside Development Permit should address all of the highway concerns, and we do have the condition for the MD's maintenance agreement.
So my only concerns would be, prior to us moving forward today, would be whether Alberta Transportation will come back with a required impact assessment, possibly because of the size of the operation. That is a stress point on Highway 28, so that would be ultimately my concern as to why I would like to see a possibility of whether the applicant would provide an extension until such time as we have written approval or conditions from Alberta Transportation. I'd like to make a motion accordingly, please.
Okay. Before you make that motion, do you guys want to hear from anybody here today, or do you want to just?
I'm good.
What's that?
I'm okay.
You're okay to hear from? Okay. There's a lot of
I have a
people here.
comment.
Sorry. Go ahead, Ed.
Yes, by the looks of the drawing, it looks like the approach will come down through that narrow neck on the south side of that property to enter the highway. That's what it looks like. Another thing is that's already a high volume intersection, and nobody else has applied for variances on that because there's a lot of trucks turning off that intersection, and I think the amount of trucks coming out of that yard would be minor compared to what's coming off from the west side of that highway. So just comments on how that approach is going to be adding traffic to that highway. Thank you.
I'd just like to hear from a few people here first. I'd like to hear from Mr. Pickowitz first. Could you come up, or what do we have to do do we have to make a motion to hear from everyone? All right. Would someone like to make sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Crick.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to hear from Mr. Pickowicz and the people that are concerned.
Can we make that all in one motion, or do we need to make individual ones?
I think it's acceptable.
Okay.
I think that's okay.
All right, any discussion on that motion?
No.
Okay, I'll call for a vote.
I'll vote yes.
Thank you, Ed. Did it come up on the screen for anyone? Okay, all those in favor? That's carried. Okay, Mr. Pickowitz, please come up. I guess my first question right off the bat, I see that green box. You guys are approaching to the secondary road, or not right to the highway, are
No,
you?
we're coming off the MD road right now.
Okay,
To the
'cause that-
north, on the north side.
That's what I thought. All right, that was my question. All right, who's next? Caroline?
That was one of my
That
last
was-
questions
okay.
that I had. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Ed, do you have any questions?
No, I was just wondering, Mr. Pickowitz, if the way the picture is drawn of that land, is that little narrow spot on the south side, that going to be your entrance onto the highway
No,
once developed?
no, so far we've applied to transportation to come off the MD road. They've come back.
Oh, okay.
They have come back with, I wouldn't say conditional approval, but in our correspondence, they've come back and requested that we're so far off the highway or so far, they recommend us putting it on the east side of the property line there. And,
Okay.
or they will give us approval, put it where we want, but if we fall within their twinning or whatever they do, it'll be no compensation to us to whatever happens there. Eh? But they have come back with
Oh, okay.
170 meters from the center line of the highway or 156 meters from the east property line to locate our building. And they haven't asked for,
Okay,
they haven't asked for an impact on the traffic study.
Okay. Yeah, 'cause we already have a ton of traffic coming through that intersection on both sides, so it's, to me, that's can't be a problem. Anyway, thank you.
All right, thank you. Caroline?
Has, through the Reeve to Mr. Pickowitz, have they asked for an intersectional treatment for the amount of trucks that will be running through there? An impact assessment
no,
on
they
the
haven't.
intersection?
No.
Thank you.
Any other questions to Mr. Pickowitz? Would you like to add something of yours for yourself?
No, I just thought it was a good location for a shop and we had the land, so I'd like to move it into the MD instead of into town, so
All right,
keep it in our MD.
thank you.
And I think, one more thing, I think a lot of the concerns for environmental and stuff are already addressed through a lot of laws and bylaws already that we would have to follow for most of that anyways. So,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
All right, I know there's a lot of residents here today that you might want to speak. We have some of your letters, but if you want to speak, this is your time to come up and speak. Just state your name and we'll go from there.
Morning, Council. Ray
Morning.
Show. Just adjacent agricultural land resident and operator to this proposed site. Just a few items. I'm not against the economic development in our MD, but I just want Council to give some consideration to an environmental plan to manage any site runoff from that property. I realize Mr. Pickowitz is doing what he can to make sure that runoff in that property is, we'll say, clean. But as everybody knows, in the future, we build a business probably to end up selling it to somebody else. If that property is a major trucking infrastructure, it could also morph into a fluid haul division. So I just want Council to, the Economic Council, to give consideration to controlling any runoff coming off of that site, which includes snow clearing, management of that runoff as well. Any runoff coming from that property flows east onto the adjacent agricultural property and eventually gets into Muriel Creek, which is a fish-bearing water body. So we just want to give some consideration to that as well. I don't know what the plans are for Highway 28 restructuring at that intersection.
Yeah, we don't either.
I just think that, you know, they might want to use up a bunch of Mr. Pickowitz's property, and with him having a facility constructed already, nobody knows what the plan is for Highway 28. That might encroach on his property and cause some significant financial difficulties for him as well. That's all I wanted to add for now. Thank you for your time.
Any questions or? All right, thank you, sir.
All right.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
Through the Reeve to Councillor Palmer, I would suggest to facilitate this permit getting processed, that we can add the condition that an Alberta Transportation Roadside Development Permit is required. That means that he cannot start any of the work without that approval from them in place.
The only concerns I have is we have to coordinate with Alberta Transportation, and we have to take things and approvals and actually see them for ourselves as an MD, doing our due diligence. And for me to blindly approve something that we don't know in written format from Alberta Transportation as to what they will approve, that we can coordinate our approval accordingly in terms of, would we not want an approval from Alberta Transportation prior to providing our approval? And understanding, is there going to be and I realize, Mr. Pickowitz, you said that they didn't say that, but as an MD, we have to be quite transparent on having this in actual approval process from Alberta Transportation. So I would be comfortable putting the condition that these approvals are required, but I'd also like to have the approvals as well, for that we have the transparency as a council moving forward, that we're approving something that is in front of us with that approval from, I don't know if I'm making myself clear enough, but ultimately you got two governing bodies that need to provide approvals, and in order for us to provide ours, it would be contingent with Alberta Transportation's approvals. Does that make sense?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it makes sense. I have some concerns in regards to the investment that's going to go into that, and then the province does have some ideas what they're going to do with that highway, which they haven't really shared. I know there's, will there be a major traffic circle there? Will there be, they're saying, twinning. I think next year is when they're actually going to hire an engineering firm to do that, but they have some ideas, but like nothing on paper yet. So again, before we see some heavy investment done and then having to move the goalposts after for Mr. Pickwood, it's kind of tough to do, right? I mean, especially when you're caught in that. So what do you want to do?
My only concern is how long does some of these can take a long time to get approval, correct?
Yes, you have been discussing with them for,
And they come back and told me where they want me to, what they want me to get my approval.
So it wouldn't be, wouldn't take you very long to get approval then, is what you're saying?
I think if I agree to their conditions, their conditions for to keep enough room for twinning of the highway, they asked me to be 171 meters from the center line of the highway now.
Okay. All right. Do you have anything else, Christie?
so we will receive a copy of the approved Alberta Transportation permit when he obtains his copy of the permit for the file.
Okay. Anyone want to make a motion, or, yeah, go ahead, Councillor Crick, you have a question?
Yeah, a couple questions here. So it sounds like the biggest concern today is the runoff. There are some concerns about the lights, the traffic on the intersection. And this is a discretionary permit. So I guess the question would be, is it discretionary because it's less than 20 acres?
It is discretionary because the land is districted agricultural.
Okay.
So discretionary uses can potentially cause negative impacts to the neighbors, so it has to come to council so that we can weigh their concerns with the application and how it goes with the land use bylaw, how it complies with the land use bylaw.
Okay. So then, I guess, as far as the runoff goes and making sure there's no contamination, like, I don't know where we would go with that, how we kind of ensure that. Do we?
So when we do put conditions on development permits, we have to make sure that it is things that we can actually enforce.
Yeah.
And things like runoff and environmental protection are actually provincially regulated under the Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act. So that is for the province to look at, and unfortunately, our land use bylaw doesn't have anything in there that we can put as a condition that we can enforce.
Okay. So it would be up to the province would enforce any environmental issues.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, that's it from questions for now.
Okay, thank you. Ed, do you have anything?
Not at this point. Like I said, what did the industry tell us? They had 400 or 500 trucks a day coming through those intersections, so that's not none of my concern. He's got Department of Highway problems more than anything, I would say, and hopefully all goes well, but time will be what helps them decide more, I believe. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Counselor Palmer?
So I'm looking through the section 6.28 of the rural industrial section of the land use bylaw. Where is it here? 6.28.1, under C, stormwater can be adequately addressed on-site and no negative impacts on adjacent landowners. So that would be the ability to address the stormwater management.
So that is making sure that his hard surfacing is permeable so that he doesn't cause runoff onto the adjacent lands.
So can we add that as a condition as well?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Does anybody else would like to speak while have some time here? Anyone else want to say anything before we? Because I don't, you know, the gentleman that got up, he was more concerned. He's not so, there is already 2 developments in the area. I see one just to the north and one to the east there. These are pretty big developments, so this is kind of right in a triangle. Your biggest concern was about the, you know, the runoff. Does anybody else have any other concerns before we move on? Yeah, go ahead. Come up.
Speakers are both next
Yeah,
on.
I'm just gonna be here with her.
Good morning, ladies.
Morning. Good morning.
What's your names?
I'm Natalie Kelly. I'm Pat Michaud.
Okay.
And so my parents reside just across the highway.
Yeah.
And I think they're concerned about the traffic and it affecting the residential area.
Yes, like nobody would, I just feel like I don't think anybody here would like to live across from that. It's noisy. There's a lot of activity. Like when we come out of our driveway, we feel like we're in like a industrial park or something. So it's really difficult to, you know, get excited about something like this right where you live.
Yeah, I understand. Just to answer that a little bit, I think these trucks are already running there for quite, since they started their business. I believe they come out of Fort Kent. So I don't think there'll be any more trucks because that is a busy intersection. We have talked to the Alberta government lots on this intersection because it is our most dangerous intersection in the MD right now as we speak here by far. Like it's the most busiest intersection, the most dangerous. LaQuarrie might be busier, maybe, but it's not as dangerous. This is a very dangerous corner, and we understand that, yeah.
And we also have these lights that are shining in our house practically. I have to close the blinds at night. They're very bright. We did call and try to see if we could have them do something about it, but nothing was done. So like now it's not bad because it's summer, so the lights are sort of covered, but otherwise like it's all shining in the house and people coming to see us, they don't even know how to turn to our place because it's so bright.
Okay.
Like it's just a lot of activity.
And we know like there's conditions, but conditions are only effective if they are enforced. So especially with environmental, how is the province going to monitor that?
Yes. I don't know how to answer that. I don't,
Yeah,
no.
it's so many, like, what, like, there's so many unanswered questions, that it's sort of, and, you've been here for years and years, you think you have a nice place, you're in the country, but it's, it's just getting, more industrial all the time, and it just seems like, why do we have to fight for our property all the time? To keep it, what if my kids want to be there one day or something, and you've, spent a lot of money there, and the value goes down when you have all this activity beside your house. Nobody wants to buy it.
Okay. Anything else, ladies? Any questions to these ladies? Yes, we have one here. Councillor Palmer.
Through the reef to Pat. I just have a question regarding the lighting. Are you talking about the lighting from this proposed development or the lighting from the one to the north?
What do you mean? It's this
The
one.
lighting that's in your house, that's going into your house?
It's this one
It's
here.
this one? Okay.
Yes.
Perfect,
yeah,
thank you.
yeah.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, ladies. Appreciate it. Thank you, Christy. Deputy Reed Fadeev.
Ms. Poirier, in regards to the lighting, don't we have like requirements to kind of control that as far as the lot goes?
Yes, so section 6.21 does state that it cannot adversely be directed at an adjacent site, does not adversely affect an adjacent site, and does not affect traffic safety. So if this is a problem, we will contact Mr. Pickowitz and we will, he is required to fix any problems that there are, or the permit can be deemed invalid for not following the conditions.
Okay,
Councillor Crick.
Yeah, I was gonna basically say the same thing, and I think there's a few sites along Highway 28 that we have, even just east of Ardmore. There's another site there that's the lights are pretty bright, shining on the highway. So I think this is an area where we can probably do a little better, just being on top of the lighting. So is that lighting enforced? It's basically just a complaint driven. If somebody has an issue, they call the MD and then we can deal with it then.
Correct, it is
Okay.
complaint driven. Yeah.
Quick question.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor DeShane.
Yes, when we're referring to the lights, are we referring to the light standards that light up the yard? Or is it the headlight traffic? If it's the light standards, the landowner can turn the angle of those lights and bring them down. So I think that we had in that bylaw that we can put shades on them so that they stay within the property lines and so the glare is not reaching out all the way across the field. I think that's part of the bylaw, right? And so that can be remediated pretty easily, right?
That is correct, yes. And we also do have fines for non-compliance with the conditions. So as well as putting his permit at risk, there can be fines issued by the peace officers.
Yeah, there was also a question about environment, like who regulates that and who gives the fine. Can you answer that? Because I didn't have an answer.
Yes, there is an environmental hotline number that people can call if they do have environmental concerns, and we have referred people to that hotline before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Palmer.
Through the reef to Christy. Ultimately, would we have the ability to ask for an environmental approval based on the type of operation, soil contamination, that sort of thing, if they're maintaining the trucks on site or in a building? I don't believe you're building a building to put the trucks in, are you, Mr. Pickowitz? No. So I'm not necessarily against the development. I just think that we need to dot our i's and cross our t's just a little bit closer to having approvals in place for Alberta Environment, making sure that we're protecting the environment as well as our adjacent landowners. and they're here before us today, making some statements that I think are within, reasonable concerns, that through approval conditions, that we can mitigate some of that.
I believe that is out of the scope of the land use bylaw.
So the stormwater can be adequately addressed on site and there are no negative impacts on adjacent landowners. So that's part of 6.28.
Yeah, and
That
that
we
is
can
addressing
implement.
the stormwater management, not necessarily any contaminants that are in it or anything like that. That is to ensure that their water stays on their land.
Understood. Just asking a separate question to the Alberta environment. Can we apply that?
Yeah,
For sure. Okay. Thank you.
Yep, Deputy Reeve Fadev.
So how many conditions do we have noted so far? Can we have that?
so the original 9 plus the added Alberta transportation roadside development permit is required, and the stormwater management condition.
Would council like to have the lighting addressed as well?
Oh, lighting is number 5.
Okay, there we go. Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm just, sorry, I'm just reading something there. Okay, Councillor Palmer?
So I'd like to make the motion that we ask the applicant for an extension until we get Alberta Environment's approval. My concerns are Highway 28 and that intersection. And if they say it's good to go, then we're good to go in terms of that and with these additional conditions to protect our adjacent landowners.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Some discussion on this. That's your motion, Caroline?
Yes, it is.
Okay, we'll wait for it to be written out and, okay, go ahead. Councillor, or
Yeah.
sorry, Deputy Reeve Fadev.
Yeah, I think that's kind of been expressed already, that if it doesn't go through, then it's not going to go through based on them superseding us. I think this kind of holds back some timelines for the developer, especially right now with our rainy season. How do you start the process? This is just adding more red tape to it. Either we approve it or we deny it. But I think it just, if transportation says the 175 is, sorry, 171 meter from the center line is not good, then it's not good. Supersedes it. But I think just in, time frame wise, we, just a little more red tape. And I know the sun hasn't been shining very well and everybody's been having issues with, just with wet conditions.
Through the Reeve, I don't mean to be inconsiderate in the applicant's time frame. I just, for myself, moving forward on this application, I just think I would like or feel more comfortable. And for adjacent landowners consideration, as well as that intersection consideration, is getting Alberta Transportation's approval in our hand.
All right, thank you. Have you guys written that motion? Yeah, go ahead.
So, Mr. Reeve, because it is my understanding an extension would need to be approved by the applicant, I don't think council can
Even ask for that?
motion to extend it. I think the options would be to table the application, postpone the application, or direct administration to request an extension with the applicant, based on my understanding of how that process works. Those would be your 3 options if you do not want to approve nor refuse the application today.
Okay. Would you like to switch your motion? Go ahead. Turn. You want to turn your mic on? Yeah, go ahead,
Make the
Councillor.
motion just to table the application to our next council meeting or up until an approval from Alberta Transportation is received.
So which would you prefer, the next meeting or until an
Either
approval is
or.
received?
Yeah,
Whichever is sooner?
yeah,
Is that, does that?
yes. Whichever is sooner.
So there is the risk of the applicant not agreeing to sign the extension, and the permit would have to be deemed refused. And then the applicant could go to the SDAV for the decision.
And I would just like to say if the motion to table has been made, no further deliberation can
Yeah.
occur unless it's with respect to the actual motion to table.
You good with that?
I'm having to think through that process.
No. Well, there is no discussion, we just have a vote on it, is that correct? Or there is no vote?
Through the Reeve to all of council, the only deliberation that could continue is whether or not, is just simply with respect to the actual motion made to table the application.
Say that again, into the mic, I can't quite hear it.
The only deliberation that could continue at this point is the actual motion made to table the application.
That's it.
Yeah.
Anybody have anything to say? Sorry, I haven't done one of these yet. So,
Just give me a minute here.
I don't even know if we vote.
Voting if we want to table it or not.
Yeah, okay, well, they're just writing it up. All right. We have a motion by Councillor Palmer that council tables item 7.2, development application number 20260-108, major rural industrial use trucking company with a lot size variance until the regular meeting of council August 11th, 2026, or until the receipt of approval for Alberta Transportation Roadside Development Permit, whichever is sooner. There is no discussion, we just vote. Okay, I'll call for the vote.
I vote yes.
That's defeated. Okay, looking for another motion. What was our other two options?
Council could still make one of the motions from the report, option 1 or 2, or you could request administration or direct administration to request an extension. I wouldn't recommend postponement as that's identical to tabling and that's already been defeated.
You guys get that? Would someone like to make a motion? Yeah, Councillor Crick, or more
So-
information?
Just a question, like, the last discussion we just had and vote was basically to wait for approval from Alberta Transportation. But what I'm hearing kind of is that there already is approval from Alberta Transportation. Am I not right in that?
So the applicant has provided me some of the information from, directly from Alberta Transportation, and he needs to meet setback conditions, right? So he was in discussion with them about that because of the potential twinning of the highway. So because of the consolidation, he will have more land to potentially move the shop to comply with the setbacks that they want. So it would be just a matter of nailing out those last few details before Alberta Transportation provides an approval.
Okay.
Regardless, as it is a condition, the applicant cannot start the work before he gets that approval from Alberta Transportation. They are the higher authority. If they say no, it's a no.
So he actually has to get an approval, like a letter of approval or something
Correct.
official to
An
start.
issued roadside development permit from Alberta Transportation.
Okay.
Deputy Reeve Fadev?
Thanks. Yeah, there's a lot of conditions. This is, it is somewhat typical of a lot of the stuff that goes on in DMD already. We have everybody sitting here and waiting, anticipating a decision, so let's just consider on the vote. I'd like to make the motion with all the conditions that are listed.
To Deputy Reeve through the Reeve, just to confirm, that's with the 2 additional conditions that were discussed, including earlier?
Which was the lighting.
The 2
Sorry.
additional conditions requiring the Alberta Transportation Permit and with respect to
Stormwater
the
management.
stormwater. Is
Yes,
that correct?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have a motion before me. Thank you, Deputy Reeve, for making that motion. The council approves the development permit application number 2026D108 for major rural industrial use for trucking company as discretionary use as Part 6, Section 6.28 and Part 7, Section 7.3.2 of the land use bylaw with the following conditions before us. And I take it all the things that were discussed today are added onto here. Okay, I need any discussion on this motion, council? Ed?
I'm good with the motion.
Okay. No discussion? All right, I'll call for the vote.
I vote yes.
That's carried. Thank you. I'm going to take a 5-minute recess. All right, thank you. Welcome back. We're going into, I believe, where's my paper here? Delegations, this is the Ardmore Family Care Clinical Proposal. Is that correct? Yes? Okay, welcome. Just push your mic there and you'll be on. Yeah, welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so you want me to just jump in?
I think so, yeah.
Okay,
I think we
well-
have a piece of paper here somewhere.
Excellent. We'll share some slides. I'll just start off with the presentation. So I just wanted to thank you for inviting me to present today. My name is Mary Obstfeld, and I'm a nurse practitioner living in the MD of Bonnyville and been practicing in the area. So I'm grateful for the chance to share a vision that I believe can strengthen healthcare across our residents, or for our residents. So today, I'd like to outline a proposal for the Ardmore Family Health Clinic, not simply another medical clinic, but the beginning of a long-term health resource that can grow alongside our communities. So I'll keep the presentation brief, and that'll give us some time to discuss afterwards, I hope. And please forgive me if my technology is not working as I want. There we go. So across Alberta, and especially in rural communities, primary health care is under increasing pressure. Our population is aging, and that comes along with growing chronic disease burden. Rural residents face transportation barriers and fewer clinicians. Recruiting providers to rural communities remains a persistent challenge. At the same time, the new Alberta Nurse Practitioner Primary Care Program provides funding for nurse practitioners, a unique opportunity to expand primary care through independent practice. The timing is right to consider new approaches that complement our existing healthcare system. Primary care is about far more than treating illness. Access to it shapes whether seniors can remain in their homes, whether families choose to stay in or move to rural communities, and whether employers can recruit and retain workers. When people have timely access to primary care, they're more likely to take part in early screening, receive preventative care, manage chronic disease, and avoid unnecessary emergency department visits. Investing in healthcare is investing in long-term sustainability of our communities. So let me start by introducing myself. I've been nursing for 20 years in total. It was my second career, just so you know, and 10 of them as a nurse practitioner. As an RN, I worked in emergency medicine, intensive care, and internal medicine. And I did travel nursing in northern, rural, and remote communities. And this gave me a really good understanding of the complexities and challenges for our rural communities. After completing my master's in nursing degree and nurse practitioner designation in 2016, I found it difficult to find a job, so I ended up getting a job here in Cold Lake. So I uploaded everything and moved to Cold Lake. And I began my NP career at the military base. So since then, I've worked in military healthcare, the Bonnyville Hospitalist Program, primary care, and Indigenous health. So today I manage more than 500 complex patients while also providing walk-in care when needed. For the past 5 years, I've worked with Cold Lake First Nations to integrate primary care into their health center, developing clinical workflows, patient safety processes, EMR integration, and collaborative care. It taught me that good healthcare isn't about seeing patients, it's about building systems that serve communities well. I live in the MD of Bonnyville with my family, and I understand how important it is to have services close to home in our rural areas. I feel the time is right to use the knowledge I have gained from my training and past experiences to build a rural NP-led clinic. While this proposal focuses on me as the NP lead, I plan to build a team over time, including an interested LPN, Gina, who couldn't join me today. Ardmore isn't the only location that could benefit from a clinic like this, but I believe it's an excellent place to begin. It currently has no medical clinic. It sits between Cold Lake and Bonnyville, and it's easily accessible to the surrounding rural communities. The clinic would be open to anyone seeking primary care while naturally serving residents across the area, and it's close enough to my home for a regular commute. Many people know nurse practitioners as care providers, but aren't fully aware of our scope of practice. NPs independently assess, diagnose, prescribe medications, order diagnostic tests, manage chronic disease, perform minor procedures, and refer to specialists, providing comprehensive primary care across the lifespan. And just recently, we got the approval to complete the AISH and ADAP forms as well. So there's not a lot of things that I can't do that your regular primary care provider would do. So this role that I do is very similar to a physician's, but it comes from a nursing background with some unique differences. Before going further, I want to explain how someone actually becomes a nurse practitioner, because I think there's some misinformation out there about what we come to with into this role. It takes many years of formal schooling combined with real on-the-job experience. It begins with a 4-year Bachelor of Science degree in nursing and a certification exam to earn the registered nurse designation. From there, you work at least 2 years as an RN, most of us considerably longer, gaining hands-on clinical experience at the bedside. Only then do you return to school for at least 2 more years of graduate study to complete a master's degree in nursing and another certification exam to earn the NP designation. Altogether, that's 6 or more years of formal education on top of several years of direct practical experience. I share this because nurse practitioners are highly trained providers, and the role is built on a deep foundation of both education and real-world clinical experience. My nursing background shapes how I practice, with an emphasis on relationship-based holistic care. I don't see health as simply diagnosing and treating disease. It's about living well despite an illness or a condition. From the teachings of the medicine wheel, I consider physical, mental, emotional, social, and spiritual wellness, recognizing that health depends on balance across many parts of life. As an NP, I base appointment times on patient need, allowing for meaningful conversations, prevention, and chronic disease management. My goal is never to just solve today's problem, but to help patients stay healthier over the long term. One area I feel especially passionate about is helping seniors stay in their homes and communities safely for as long as possible. As people age, traveling to appointments becomes harder, and often they simply just don't go. By providing preventative care, chronic disease management, medication reviews, and ongoing follow-up, sometimes virtually by phone or video, we can help seniors remain healthier and independent longer. This means also staying comfortably and safely in their homes longer. And that's good for collection of tax dollars too. As the clinic grows, I'd also like to explore home visits for homebound patients where it's clinically appropriate and feasible, helping seniors complete preventative screening, address issues early, and remain in their homes even longer. And this also decreases the number of spots that we need in long-term care facilities. This project is intentionally designed to start small: 1 nurse practitioner, 1 licensed practical nurse or medical office assistant, and 2 examination rooms. The NP primary care program requires a minimum panel of 900 patients per NP, and importantly, that's a minimum, not a maximum. The program allows time to build the clinic while supporting the practice, and once the minimum is established, there's room to grow the panel beyond 900. As demand grows, we could recruit another NP or 2. Each would manage their own patient panel within a collaborative partnership model, with growth always guided by community need. While the initial focus is primary care, I see this as the start of something larger. Over time, there may be opportunities to expand into services like aging in place initiatives, home care partnerships, physiotherapy, occupational therapy, pharmacy, and other collaborative programs. This isn't a promise for tomorrow, it's a vision of what could develop if the community identifies those needs and the right partnerships come together. This is perhaps the most important message I hope to leave with you. I'm not asking the MD to invest in me personally. I'm asking you to consider investing in healthcare infrastructure for the MD of Bonnyville. One model worth considering is municipal ownership of the clinic facility, with services delivered through provincially funded nurse practitioner programs. That way, the investment stays with the community. The concept of community-owned primary care initiatives are not new. Healthcare partnerships have taken shape across Alberta, with communities stepping forward to keep primary care accessible. Thorhild County and Saddle Hills created direct hire positions for NP clinics. As a matter of fact, you almost lost me to Saddle Hills at one point in time because I helped them create that and I was going to move there, but then I decided to stay in the MD. In Wembley, the clinic belongs to the community. When their physician moved away, 2 NPs took over and continued primary care. And this was featured on White Coat Black Art on CBC, if anyone wants to listen how that came about. When the infrastructure stays in the community, providers can change over time while residents keep benefiting. And there are many other examples how community partnerships in healthcare have been successful. It's important to plan for the future, not just for today. We've seen clinics close when a clinician retires or moves. One day, I'll retire too. Not soon, but eventually. And when that day comes, another nurse practitioner or physician could step into the same clinic and continue the community's care. Today, I'm asking Council to explore partnering in the establishment of this clinic. Providing funding is available, provincial funding is available for nurse practitioners to provide healthcare delivery. It's a good start, but it's not enough to launch a clinic on its own and keep it sustainable without these partnerships. So areas for discussion could include clinic space, infrastructure, and startup support. My hope is that together we can create the infrastructure to bring these services into the community with the NP provincial program funding ongoing operations. Thank you again for your time in considering this opportunity. I truly believe that this is much more than opening a clinic. It's about strengthening healthcare access, supporting healthy aging, improving recruitment, and creating a lasting asset for residents well in the future. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I welcome your thoughts, because I hope this is just the start of a conversation.
Thank you. Questions or comments from council? Councillor Palmer.
Through the roof. Do you have a space in mind in Ardmore that you were wanting to open the clinic at?
I don't. At this point in time, I was hoping that there might be some space that the MD already has and maybe is underutilized.
Okay. Thank you. I think this is a fantastic idea, by the way.
Deputy Fedev.
Hi, great. Thanks for the presentation. Have you contacted like our MLA regards to this? Because I know they're going to be announcing some sort of possible acute care center coming out of Bonnyville or Cold Lake. And have you been in touch with the province's representative in charge of the funding models and all that, where all our taxpayers' money go.
Yeah, so acute care center would be different. Scott and I, we're on a first name basis, and I've been in his office many times. So having those discussions with him about funding is something I'm quite capable and willing to do. But keeping in mind that acute care is different than primary care. And so the new pillars that healthcare is under now very distinctly shows that the primary care is separate from acute care. Primary care is helping people to remain healthier to prevent them from going into acute care. And so the primary care funding will be separate to that. And that's where this nurse practitioner funding model comes from.
Right, yeah, we've lobbied hard for that funding model. I know before it was kind of in no man's land, and so we worked hard for that, and I was happy to see those changes, because if I didn't have a nurse practitioner, I wouldn't have anybody. So, so definitely that. So, was there any indications from MLAC in regards to how he could help out?
At this point, no, because the province is already providing money through the funding model. So unfortunately, the funding model doesn't give startup costs and doesn't give ongoing maintenance costs. If you want, I can dive a little bit more into what that funding model looks like if you're not familiar with it.
Yeah, I'm good. Okay.
Yeah? Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Kaluk?
Through to Reeve, just wondering, how big a location would you need for this facility?
I didn't figure out actual square footage space, but we could do that. Looking at not a very big space when it comes to having 2 clinic rooms that really, kind of a 10 by 12 area is more than enough for a clinic space. Having 2 of those in a reception area, washroom, maybe a small staff area, that's about it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you. Thank you for your presentation today. Well done. Have an awesome rest of the day. Just looking for a motion, council. Councillor Kaluk?
I'd like to put this forward so we discuss it a little more.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Kaluk, for making this motion. The council accepts the presentation by Mary Osfield and Jenna Sabai regarding the Ardmore Facility Care Clinic proposal as information. Furthermore, directs administration to bring their request for a letter of support and funding support to a future meeting of council for consideration. Any discussion on this motion? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for the vote.
Can I just do a friendly
Oh,
amendment
1
on
second.
that?
Oh,
If we could bring that on the committee of the whole for discussion, this way you could have a good dialogue on it.
okay, just a request. You're okay with that?
Yeah.
All right. Do we need to change anything or just that's good enough? Ed, are you still there?
Yep, just waiting to read the motion.
Are you okay? You're not, are you feeling okay? Because you haven't voted no on anything today, so I was just making sure you're okay.
Yeah, I'm doing good.
All right, just making sure. Because we have a nurse practitioner in the room here, and we could send her down.
Okay.
All right, that just changed the last part of that motion to committee of the whole meeting in September 15, 2026. You guys okay with that? All right, any other discussion on this motion? I'm not seeing any, and I'll call for the vote.
I'll vote yes.
Thank you. That's carried. Thank you. All right, we're going to number 4, public hearing. Before we begin with this public hearing for bylaw number LU 583, land use bylaw amending rezoning application, I'd like to announce that this is a public hearing, will include both in-person and electronic participation, is being recorded and will be accessible for public viewing. Additionally, I would like to remind in-person attendees who wish to address any public hearing on today's agenda to register your name at the speakers list at the entrance of council chambers. I would also like to outline the process for the following for this public hearing. We will begin with a staff report from administration, also presenting as the applicant, followed by questions of administration from council. We will then call upon members of the public who wish to speak in the support of the application, followed by those who wish to speak in opposition of the applicant. Council may ask questions of the public presenter during this time only. Participants will be called out to speak in order that they appear on the registry's list, starting with electronic participants, followed by in-person attendees. Registered virtual participants must ensure their camera is off and microphone muted, except when it is their turn to address council. When addressing council, participants may clearly state their name, and if they are speaking on their own behalf or on behalf of another person or group. The MD reserves the right to immediately remove any participants who are continuously disrupting the public hearing, present in an inappropriate manner, including virtual attendees on camera, and or use appropriate language. The applicant will have a chance to address and rebuke any opposition to their applicant, followed which council will have the opportunity to ask questions based solely on the information presented during the rebuttal. Finally, we will entertain any final questions of council to administration before closing the public hearing. May I have a motion to go into open into public hearing? Thank you, Councillor Palmer, for making that motion at 10:29. All right, you guys see it before you. Any discussion on this? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for the vote.
Vote yes.
That's carried. Thank you. I'm going to open this hearing. Administration, go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Administration received an application to amend the land use bylaw by way of bylaw number LU 583. Bylaw number LU 583 intends to rezone approximately 3 acres in Plan 1420179, Block 1, Lot 10, within Northeast 1564-3, west of the 4th, from Country Residential Large Lot District CR2 to Country Residential District CR1. Per the rezoning application, the conditionally approved subdivision file 2026-S-005 approved 3 acres. This parcel falls within the parcel size parameters of Country Residential District CR1. As a result, rezoning must take place. Bylaw number LU 583 was given first reading on June 9th, 2026. Public notification was completed and no concerns have been submitted.
Thank you. Sorry, I was just doing some reading. Is there any questions from administration? Any questions from the applicant? I believe there has been no written submissions. Is there anyone wishing to speak for or against here today that you know of? No, no one registered. Thank you, thank you. Is there any final questions for administration? All right, this is a fast one. I need a motion to close public hearing. Thank you, Councillor Crick, for making that motion. at the public hearing for item 4.1 bylaw number LU 583 land use bylaw amendments rezoning application to be closed at 10:32 a.m. Any discussion? I'll call for the vote. Ed? Ed might have stepped out. Okay. That's carried. Thank you. Thank you. Is the 10:30 delegation here? Yes? Welcome. Come on up. Just press your mics, they'll come on to life there. Both of you guys have one, both of you. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, council. Thanks
Hi.
for having us here today. My name is Lindsay Francis, and with me today is Sajid Safat. And we are both registered professional planners, and we are the consultants helping the MD with the updates to the Murray Lake and Ethel Lake area structure plans. So today we're just going to give a presentation, an update on the project, and then we have some questions for you guys about the direction of these ASPs as well. Next slide. So within our presentation, more specifically, we're going to start with a project overview, have a summary of the area structure plan overview report, talk about the upcoming public engagement, and then we'll have the discussion questions for you, and you guys can ask us any questions as well. Okay. Next slide. So into the project overview. The MD has several area structure plans, and a large portion of these plans were created to manage the lands surrounding lakes. The MD has been updating the planning framework, including these lake area structure plans. And the next two ASPs that are undergoing an update are the Murray Lake and Ethel Lake area structure plans. And the Ethel Lake area structure plan was last updated in 2012. And the Murray Lake area structure plan has not been updated since it was originally adopted in 1988. So you can imagine some things have changed in that time. Next slide. So some of the changes that we've seen that would apply to these area structure plans, of course, is the update to the MD planning framework and updates to the Municipal Government Act. So you've recently adopted a new municipal development plan, a new land use bylaw, and updates to the Chicken Hill Lake, Crane Lake, and Moose Lake ASPs have already been adopted, as well as changes to the Municipal Government Act. And other changes we're seeing would be changes in development. So within the lake areas, we're seeing a lot more people living there full time, and that's having more demand on the area. There's larger homes, people are using them more, so there's more use of the roads, increased capacity for private sewage, those sort of things. So there's additional development demand in the area. Next slide. So just as a scope of the project, what's all included in these ASP updates? So we're going to be updating both the policies and the mapping in the area structure plans, and the updates are going to be based on both what has happened in your updates to your planning framework. So it's going to make sure that the ASP aligns with the MD planning framework, as well as the Municipal Government Act. And we've taken a look at some best practices from other lake ASPs. And then, of course, what we hear from council and the public on what they would like to see in these areas. So if you see, there's a simple graphic at the end there at the bottom of the slide that shows sort of our process. The first step was conducting a background policy and best practices review. And so we've created a report on that, and Sajid will go over that in just a moment. Today, we're talking to you, council, and we're talking to the public later today and tomorrow at some open houses. Then we're going to draft the updates to these ASPs, and the MD will have a chance to review them, comment on them, give us edits, and we'll revise them. And then we'll be back here again at the public hearing once the ASPs are ready to be adopted, and that will be by the end of the year. So that's a brief overview of the project. For the next section, I'm going to hand it over to Sajid. Next slide.
Thanks, Lindsay. Just turn your mic on, sir.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thanks, Lindsay. So as Lindsay mentioned, as part of the background work to inform the ASP updates, we've undertaken a best practices review as well as looking into your entire policy framework here at the MD. So as part of the best practices review, we looked at ASPs all across from Alberta, 10 of them, more recent ones, that are similar context to the Murray Lake and Ethel Lake areas. Next slide. As well as looking at the best practices review, we've looked at your strategic plan, updated 2022, your municipal development plan, updated 2023, your recreational master plan, existing lake ASPs, namely the newer ASPs, as I think that's the template we strive to go towards for in terms of the updates, as well as your new land use bylaw and then the municipal land and reserves bylaw. Next slide. So as mentioned, we're going to do a bit of a deeper dive into the best practices review where we have tried to align what we have found in the literature for some of these similar lake ASPs in the rural context with the policy direction in your municipal development plan and come up with some recommendation in terms of what is best practice in alignment with your policy that would ultimately feed and inform the ASP updates. Next slide. So in terms of the findings, for the topic pertaining to alignment to the planning framework, our recommendation would be to update your land use maps clearly to indicate existing and future land uses. This is being done, as I mentioned earlier, in the newer format of ASPs, but I think this would make the plans a lot clearer to understand and align with policy as well as the visual component of the mapping. Also ensuring that land uses and policies are consistent with the new municipal development plan policies as well as uses listed in your new land use bylaw. This is sort of organic to the process as the update itself would take care of this alignment, but this is again something that's come up in the literature. Also ensuring that your permitted and discretionary uses within your land use districts are considered within the plan. This provides a bit more direction in terms of what sort of, what type of land uses you want to see in your plan areas, which the older format of the ASPs are sort of lacking. And last but not least, supporting minor multi-lot developments. So this would essentially consist of developments that are subdivisions that consist of 4 units, 4 lots or less. And again, this is something that came up as a prevalent feature of newer ASPs. In terms of the environmental area of findings, our recommendation is to keep a strong focus on environmental stewardship. This aligns very strongly with your municipal development plan as well. but also ensuring that this is done so that development does not negatively impact your lakes and your environmentally sensitive areas around the lakes, wetlands, riparian corridor, all of that type of stuff. And so this might mean that we include policies that speak to geotechnical considerations, such as steep slopes, floodplains, top of bank, protection of riparian corridors, all of that sort of stuff. Also, your wastewater and stormwater management. So this is any impact on your ground aquifers or potentially stormwater, contaminated stormwater draining onto the lakes type thing. Using ER, which is environmental reserves in the MGA, as well as municipal reserves, is a great tool to achieve some of this in order to reduce the impact onto the development. So that's a tool we would suggest to be used. And then lastly, I think the 30-meter setback in terms of a setback from the water, but it buffers the lake, the riparian areas around the lake, but most importantly provides a buffer from the development itself, and a lot of the impacts that we were talking about is mitigated through the establishment of that setback. Next slide. In terms of rules for development, we found that encouraging design principles such as fire smart and crime prevention through environmental design, both of which are also talked about in your MDP, would be a wise choice in terms of moving design standards forward. Strengthening requirements for technical studies at the time of subdivision is another prevalent feature that has come up in the literature review, and this really allows you to scope your technical studies to the areas subject to development, but also ask for updated information at the time when the development occurs. And then in terms of there's a great emphasis on sustainable pattern of development. It's quite basic land use planning. Essentially speaks to clustered, contiguous forms of development. This really, again, aligns with your MDP in terms of fiscal sustainability, just understanding direction of growth, where you use your budgets, but reducing sprawling infrastructure, which really helps with both the cost to build, but also to maintain infrastructure in the long term. And then lastly here, the directing development to lower quality agricultural lands. This again speaks to your direction in the MDP, whereby you want to preserve the higher quality agricultural lands for the intended purpose, and thereby any area subject to development is secondary to the agricultural use. Next slide. In terms of lake access, we found that a lot of the lake ASPs, in keeping with direction in your MDP, is to enable the public use of lake for recreational activities. And this is often done in terms of comparables that we have found through the use of environmental reserve and municipal reserve land dedications as enabled through the Municipal Government Act. And this really not only provides access to the lake for public use, but it does protect environmental areas, and it really provides that balance between protection, conservation of the natural features with development, and just ensuring that it doesn't, it mitigates the impact of development. Next slide. In the areas of implementation, the recommendation here would be essentially to provide high-level direction on development sequencing. This kind of goes back to what I was talking earlier, is one of the core practices of planning for ASPs is to understand your direction of growth and development, which then helps you make sure that your entire framework is aligned, your budget, your kind of fiscal plans. And so it really speaks to what comes next, what's your 5-year plan, what's your 10-year plan, and helps you plan for infrastructure as the growth happens. And with that, I think the 5-year plan update is critical because it helps you pivot as these ASPs are being built over the course of 15, 20, sometimes even 30 years. But a 5-year plan review really helps you pivot with changing market conditions, demographics, all the other factors that are at play. So it's really important to evaluate on a periodic basis. And then lastly here, the encouragement to liaise with provincial and federal governments for them to consider local planning implications, given that there is significant crown land surrounding these lakes and within the lake areas and ASP areas. Next slide. On the topic of community involvement, it is quite common practice that the incorporation of public engagement into the ASP itself, as we are conducting one for this update, and I think that's a common practice for the MDP, for other ASP updates, but it's really understanding the purpose, the vision, and the goals of the ASP, which is really a function of council's vision, your policy framework, the public's vision, and it all coming together in the form of those policies. And then with that, requiring public engagement for major amendments. We're doing one for this project. I've heard from your staff that this is a common practice that you guys do, which is fantastic. So it sounds like it's already being done. And then using plain language to incorporate graphics where possible, just to make the documents a little bit more easier to read, easier to understand. That really, we have found, provides an uptake in people's regard to some of these policies if they're easier to read and comprehend. So those would be our recommendations as well. Next slide.
Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about our upcoming public engagement. So the main way that we are capturing input from the public for these ASPs is through hosting 2 public engagement sessions. So we're holding those at Riverhurst Hall tonight and tomorrow from 5 to 7 p.m. And at the sessions, we're going to have poster boards up, and they're going to have some information and some prompts to get some feedback out of the residents and any stakeholders who come. And we're going to provide, again, an overview of the project, talk a bit about the land use in the area and the environmental features in these 2 areas. And we'll be capturing their feedback through sticky notes that we get them to put on the board, and also having conversations with people one-on-one. And we also have feedback forms in case anyone's interested to write that down. Next slide. So I mentioned we had some prompting questions on some different topic areas. So to engage the public on the community vision, we're asking, how do you envision the community 20 years from now? And how would you want the community to be described in the future? And so there's going to be boards for both of the lake areas so they can give responses to each specific lake area's vision. And in terms of identifying some community strengths and challenges, we're asking, what is the greatest strength or asset the community can build from? And what barriers or challenges could prevent the community from capitalizing on its strengths? Next slide. So to find out what are the important areas to the public, we're asking them sort of what their top 3 priority areas are for these ASPs. And then to learn a bit more about land use and what people like to do, we're asking them, what activities do you do in the area? And if there were new development to occur, what type of development would you like to see? And then lastly, to promote that environmental stewardship piece, asking what practices can be used or encouraged to protect environmental features such as the lake and the watershed. Next slide. So now I've got some questions for you, not too dissimilar to those ones. Next slide. So first, I thought we could focus in on the Murray Lake area. So there's a map up there of the ASP area is outlined in the red. And we're looking to see if there's any strengths or challenges that council knows about in these ASP areas, so starting with Murray Lake, and if there are any particular priorities that are important for council as we write the updates to these ASPs.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
I just had a meeting with some of the group over there a couple days ago, so this just is, it's perfect timing. So in regards to, I guess, lake access for a launch. So in the green, so between the residents, there was the MR. We just acquired that a couple of years ago. So that's all new. There's some, other concerns with fire smart programs and things like that, which is right on the north side of the residents. It's all government land.
Yeah,
and it's
a lot of crown land.
Yeah, so that's one of their things. There's not an issue this year about fires, but I mean, when they happened, it's a huge concern for that area. So I know that's going to be one question is lake access. They did, I guess, highlight a spot that would work well, and I'm sure they'll bring that up in conversation on that. But Fire Smart and lake access are the two main ones. The lake is probably one of the most pristine, beautiful, no access lakes out there. The only one you can access through is a private military campground that's on along 897, and also that's really about it.
Well, if you can four-wheel drive into the old Shelter Bay.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? There is a spot called Shelter Bay. It is in the provincial end of it. Very I guess it's unmanaged. So again, people are scared of, will I cause a fire? Will I do this and that? So again, I think that's going to be one of the main concerns for them is lake access, and they do have a spot that's could make it work. They like their peace and quiet. So there's 12 full-time residents there, and then the rest are seasonal.
Yeah, we drove down that road and.
You did?
We started to, and then we saw what it was like, and we're like, okay, don't want to get stuck. Did anyone else have any thoughts on the Murray Lake area?
Would the specific strengths or challenges that Murray Lake would or the area structure plan would face is potential growth, because it's all crown land around the lake. So I don't know if the province ever has any intention of opening some of that up for that 20-year vision. Would be nice if they would, just a little bit, and still protect the lake in the process. But opening it up for more access isn't a bad idea. More lots, more recreation. I think that's about it.
All right, Councilor Crick, thank you.
Yeah, I like the idea, suggestions from Councilor Palmer. I think if we could, it's a beautiful lake, and if we could have more people enjoying the lakefront with lakefront lots, that'd be great. So maybe we can rezone some of the crown land to, or put it in the area structure plan for future development. It'd be a great idea.
How far did you get up the road is my question.
I'm not sure. It was kind of muddy in May, so as soon as it started getting muddy, I was like, I'm gonna turn around.
Oh, yeah. And your Subaru had to good turn around?
Yeah, I have an RVR, so you're pretty dead on.
Pretty good guess.
Yeah.
I just want to catch your bubbliness. You're a very good presenter, and you're always. That's what I want to catch from you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Any other questions about Marie Lake? Ed, are you back, or you must have left us?
No, I didn't leave you guys.
Okay, there you are. Any questions about Marie Lake?
No, I'm not sure where I sit on this. If there was any development or additions to this lake, I would hope they'd stay along the 897 right-of-way area on the very east side of the lake and stay away from the crown land, major crown land on the other side. But I'm really not into opening up these lakes for more development. Without future planning, major planning, anyway. That's Coal Lake's a big lake. You could handle some more development. I don't know about these little lakes.
All right, thank you.
That's my thoughts.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Kaluk.
Through to Reeve, isn't there an old military campground there that's been closed down, or what's happening with that out there? Is that a shelter bay?
No.
Okay. There's another
Well, the
access-
military camp is where the boat access is.
and they're
But
clean-
there's military guys in there camping all the time.
Okay, because I thought they were shutting that down to clean it up. They had
I don't know,
guidelines
you
on
guys
that.
might be able to answer that question better than, or somebody out there.
Peatland's got a response
All right,
for us.
Caitlin.
Through the Reeve, we haven't been made aware of anything like that, but there is an existing federal government campground that is still active today.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and if you go through that camp right at the very end, kind of where that point is at 897, that's where they have the boat launch there, where that third, if you see yeah, it's right there. Yeah, sorry, am I wrong?
No, and I just want to clarify, it's not like a provincial or a federal park campground. It's a separate society that I believe is
Yeah.
for federal members.
And you have to pay, you gotta leave some money in the box to go put your boat in there, kind of thing. So it's just a honorarium system. Yeah. Is that correct? Yeah, I think so.
I think so.
Okay. Yeah, that's the only, and then Shelter Bay, but you probably need a pretty good four-wheel drive to get into Shelter Bay because that road was never much of a road to begin with. Yeah. I haven't been up there for quite some time too, yeah.
All
Okay.
right.
I think a public, like, even a boat launch into that lake would be a big blessing for the people in the area, for sure. Yeah.
All right, we'll go on to Ethel Lake. Can we
All
have
right.
the next slide?
Yep.
So same question for Ethel Lake. Are there any specific strengths or challenges with this area? And are there any specific council priorities for this ASP?
Councillor Klug.
I do have a few residents in that area that are concerned about the creek going out, I guess it'd be on the south side. There's an old weir in there that was supposedly taken out, but supposedly part of it's still in there and it's jamming up and the fish go across, but they can't get back. Have you guys ever looked into that? And if it could be cleaned up for spawning wise?
Yeah, I'm not sure if the MD has looked into that specifically yet, but that could be a public works thing to look into. But that might be a little bit outside the scope of the ASP. That's more of a specific.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that good, Caitlin? Yeah. She wants to speak. Let her speak.
That would be, need to be consulted with Alberta Environment, a project such as that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Palmer.
So I think the restrictions, obviously, or the restraints, is that it is a small lake. And with the intent to maybe treat it as such and not maybe encourage too much more development on that lake would be a plus or a minus.
Yeah, it is a small lake. It's definitely smaller than Murray, for sure.
Any other comments or, yeah? Josh is thinking, so he wants to speak, I can tell.
Well, I don't want to argue. I just think if people want to own the land and they want to develop it, let them develop it. And people travel to Italy so they can go and eat lunch and be in buildings that are built on canals that are right up to the water's edge. And here we have all these rules and regulations preventing people from doing anything around the water. And even, technical studies, if we require that stuff, if it's necessary, I guess it has to be done. But if we're requiring extra stuff, that just puts the cost of development up and the cost of people's houses up. So I'm not for anything that's going to create more red tape.
Thank you.
All right, if there's no other comments on Ethel Lake, we'll go to the next slide. So these two questions are about council's vision. So we know that sometimes there are some competing interests when we're talking about really any area, but specifically these lake areas. So we're looking to hear from you about council's vision. Is the vision for these ASP updates a bit more growth focused or more preservation focused?
Growth.
Growth, yeah. Thanks, Barry.
No, I didn't say that, he did. I think on the big lake, I heard from council, they want a little bit of growth, and on the small lake, they don't want no more growth there, is what I heard, kind of a little bit, but, yeah. If you're living there right now, you don't want no growth, but if you want a lot, you want growth, so that's basically how it goes, I think. Yes, Deputy Reeve Fadeev.
Yeah, for me, it's more preservation than anything, right?
Yeah.
I guess, environmental stewardship is huge for everybody's part. That's why they're there, and I think that's just one of the things I keep hearing from residents.
Okay,
Okay,
the next
yeah.
one is, does council's, still the same slide, yeah. Does council's vision involve enabling more tourism and public access to the lakes or keeping a close community feel? So I think we've kind of touched on this a little
Yeah.
bit about the public access, yeah. But still maintaining that rural character.
We have go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
I think with Ethel Lake, we do have a campground there. There is access. I don't think that's an issue. People are pretty happy with the access that they have. A lot of it is farmland throughout and some bigger lots that are owned. But I think with Murray Lake, it is about access, so.
Yeah, if there's ever a lake in the MD that I've been asked about having a boat launch, and it's Maria Lake for sure. Yeah. Any other comments? No.
All right, next slide.
Next slide. Yeah.
So looking at the 2026 strategic priorities document, it identifies the following priority: to ensure that ASPs provide clear direction for lake management, road networks, servicing expectations, and development suitability. So I wanted to dive a little bit deeper in what does clear direction mean on those topics. So if we are talking about lake management, there's a lot of different things that could be included in lake management. We might be talking about impacts of development on the lake or just the ecological systems. So some examples could be water quality, setbacks, whether you're enabled to have retaining walls, managing the runoff and drainage into the lake, or things like boat access. So what sort of direction regarding lake management would you like to see in the ASPs?
Deputy Reeve?
Yep, go ahead, Councillor DeShane.
Yeah, in regards to that type of lake management, we have that all types of developments within the Moose Lake watershed area. And a lot of the subdivisions are not onshore, they're offshore. They're out in the farmlands and other places that are there's no access to the lake from them actually, but by managing a lakefront area like a beach and a boat launch through the MD and allowing development in the back, further back in the woods or on Crown land, if it's, or private land, if it's accessible. That way we can manage the runoff and all the environmental issues when you're further back from the lake, and then we can control the beachfront, the boat launch and beach area for the public, and it can be for both the development and public use. So there is ways we can do that, and would be helpful for both communities. Thank you.
Great point, Ed. Yeah, I think that's, oh, Caroline, sorry, Councillor Palmer.
So for the clear direction of lake management, I think it has been identified pretty much. There's not a whole lot that has ever changed there in the last few years. We can improve on road networks for sure, and even possible direction on future road structures. Servicing expectations, again, that kind of falls within the road network system. Maybe some management towards education. I don't know if that is part of this or not, but because there's existing development there that was done by the province long before it became in our jurisdiction. So there is some servicing issues there for stormwater management, let's say, that sort of thing. And that's more Murray Lake than anything. And development suitability, I mean, it's more than suitable for future development. It's just how much you want to see coming in the next 20 years is the big question.
Yeah, and when it comes to like development suitability, so the policies we can draft, they can either be sort of like high level about like what kind of technical studies are required, or they can have a bit more detail and sort of like outline more specifically like what those specific setbacks and stuff are going to be, or you can sort of defer it to a future technical study. So is there sort of a preference on which way those sort of policies shape out?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Like the ASPs are more of a high-level direction, and your land use bylaw would dictate some of that as well, like in terms of your setbacks and so on. Your MRs and ER bylaw would deal with that. So is it something you want to repeat in the ASP, or just refer to those other documents that support that?
Yeah, so you can, yeah, that's sort of what, yeah, that's kind of why we're bringing it up, right? Like, so you could just sort of have it high level, or like if you wanted to provide a bit more guidance there, you could, yeah.
Because you don't want it to contradict what's already there. So
Yeah.
basically, you're just going to be, I'm assuming, referring to the existing guidance that's through other documents.
Yeah, you could also, like, you could more specifically, like, write it out, yeah. Or it could go above and beyond what already exists, like, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor
Thank you,
Crick.
Rick. So we currently have 30 meter setback for buildings, like from the edge of the lake, is that correct? Yeah, I'm seeing planning saying that, so I think that's good. I think we can just leave it at that.
Yeah, 30 meters is pretty standard setback from lakes.
Yeah, and then hopefully if there's some instance where someone needs a variance, we'd be willing to give them a variance. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Okay, yeah, and then we were just gonna open it up to see if there's any other information about these lakes you wanted to share with us, or if there's any other priorities that you'd like us to focus on while doing these updates.
Councillor Crick, then Councillor Palmer.
Probably doesn't pertain to the area structure plan, but the fishing regulations in Alberta are too strict with regards to keeping a fish and eating it. So most people are going to, well, myself anyways, and my kids, we go to Saskatchewan and catch our fish because we can actually eat them there. And I think the regulations could be improved on these lakes, which I've also been working on with the minister, but had to say that.
I should have known, Josh, yeah. Okay.
I agree with Josh on that note, but I think great start. I think we'll come up with a pretty good direction in these ASPs that will bring it up to date based out of a 1988 area structure plan. So, no, looking forward to see what you guys come up with.
Again, the open houses are the important part. We're just, we're looking from the outside in. The people that are using it and are living there are the ones that, we have to really get direction from, see what their pains are and what works for them, what doesn't work for them. So, and I think you'll get that today and tomorrow.
And we're also going to be, all the feedback we get from the open houses, we're going to put in a what we heard report and have that available online for them. Then the public can view it again and make sure that their comments were captured as well.
I
Comment
just,
on that?
oh, go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt there, Mr. Reeve. I'm just want to say, going forward with these ASPs, we have a lot of room to change and go forward with different aspects of these things and developments along these lakes. Those lakes are far enough north in Crown Land. I talked about trail systems before back there to take control of some of those trails, so we're not destroying the bush. And it's part of, to me, it would be part of the Fire Smart program, so we're not panicking out there when the ATVs are roaring around in the bush and through the muskegs and stuff. But that could be part of the ASPs and create a little more recreation and tourism through there, through snowmobiling, snowshoeing, cross-country skiing, all those little different things you can do on those beautiful bush trails there. So, yeah, anything on discussions like that. Thank you. Thank you to the Reeve.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Why is Marie Lake the only lake that has a tinge of purple sand on the beach?
I'd have to look at the map. Oh, tinge of purple sand, did you
Yeah.
say? No, I don't know.
Okay, I never knew. So if you could, any of the locals know why.
Okay,
I'd like to-
yeah, well,
I'd
like
li-
I
I'd
said,
like-
I couldn't get to the lake.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I noticed most of the pictures are not of the lake, so, yeah, just the way the houses are situated around them. And
Yeah.
I know the lake quite well, more Marie than Ethel. But, yeah, there's always been this purple tinge of sand that's, and, there's been talk of diamond mining underneath that lake and all kinds of stuff years ago. But, yeah, I don't know of any other lake around here that has that.
We'll ask the residents tonight.
There you go. Unless someone in the back knows. No? All right. Just thought I'd ask.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for your presentation. I appreciate you guys had to wait for a little bit. Sorry about that, but that's just how it goes sometimes. I wish you the best tonight and tomorrow night. All right.
No worries.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
being in our area. All right, Council, I'm just looking for a motion, please. Councillor Palmer, thank you for making that motion. The Council accept presentation by Lindsay Francis regarding the Marie Lake Area Structure Plan and Ethel Lake Area Structure Plan reviews as information. Any discussion? I'm not seeing them. None. I'll call for the vote.
I vote yes.
That's like 10 in a row, Ed. That's carried. Thank you. Does anybody need a break or we keep going? Keep going? Okay. I think we got to go to 7.3. Is that correct? Seven point three.
Okay, this is development permit 2026-D-116 for Brandon Wolgene. The applicant is applying for a minor rural industrial use for a trucking company. The property is located half a mile north of Highway 660 intersection with Range Road 463. Adjacent properties are a 5-acre parcel and 2 quarter sections remnants all with dwellings. The applicant has started utilizing this lot for parking, maintenance, and storage of trucks, trailers, and equipment since the passing of the owner in 2026, February. Administration was made aware of the change of use and contacted the owner. The owner and applicant were under the assumption that the shop and property were always used for the business, but a file review showed no permits for the shop built in 1988, so prior to the MD issuing permits, and the subdivision was completed for country residential use. After the refusal of the 2018 development permit for a transshipment yard for wood fiber, the former owner relocated to the town and reported such to the assessment department. This was confirmed by a review of the aerials that showed the lot was fairly empty in the years since. The business operations have been taken over by the applicant, and they are in the process of winding down the operation and plan to be shut down in 3 years. They have relocated equipment to this location as they no longer have the shop available in town and need a place to park and store. The sea cans and some trailers are being used for storage, and the other assets are being stored until they can be sold. There are no further assets coming to the site. The business is in operation with 1 part-time truck driver, 1 part-time crusher operator that utilizes a pickup truck for travel, and 1 mechanic who lives on the adjacent parcel, and 1 administration staff. The truck driver leaves the site in the morning with the required trailer and returns in the evening. Hours vary, but they average 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. The mechanic works on site as needed, and the admin staff works off-site. Due to the limited number of trucks and trailers in use and the number of staff, this has been classified as a minor rural industrial use. Referrals were sent to Infrastructure Services with a comment to add a road use agreement. Adjacent landowner letters were sent out on June 17th, 2026, and we received a letter of concern attached as Appendix D. The neighbor is concerned that the proposed use is larger than a minor rural industrial due to the high number of volume of equipment on site, the inconsistency in the supplemental application stating a permanent when the description states that the business is winding down, the long hours of operation, the road damage concerns, disposal of waste, potential emission and noise concerns, and dust concerns. They also included notes from their concerns with the 2018 application, 2018 application, which was refused, attesting that their concerns have been made real and feel that this is incompatible with the use, design, character, and appearance of the surrounding properties. Our recommendation for development application 2026-D-116 is approve the request for a minor rural industrial use for trucking company as a discretionary use as per Part 6, Section 6.28 and Part 7, Section 7.3.2 of the Land Use Bylaw with the following conditions. As per Section 6.21 of the Land Use Bylaw 1915, outdoor lighting shall be located so that rays of light are not directed at an adjacent site, do not adversely affect an adjacent site, do not adversely affect traffic safety. Enter into a road maintenance agreement with Transportation and Utilities at the MD. This permit is valid until December 31st, 2029, at which time a new permit is required, or all remaining equipment or machinery is to be removed. We do have the applicant here. If you have any questions, the adjacent landowner to the north is here to speak for the application, and the other adjacent landowner would like to speak against the application. Any questions for administration?
Okay, we probably need a motion to let anybody speak here, so we need that motion first, I take it. All right. We'll make that motion. Councillor Crick will make that motion. We'll wait for it to come up on the screen and then we'll read it out and make sure that's what you want. That's moved by Councillor Crick, that council approves applicant as well as any concerned residents to address council regarding agenda item number 7.3, development application number 2026D11, minor rural industrial trucking company. Any discussion on this? Yes, Councillor Crick.
Yeah, it should just include the other resident as well. Or any concerned, never mind.
Yes.
It's good there, it's good.
It's addressed there. You're good? All right, any other discussion? I'm seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
I vote yes.
Ed, I'm not even going to ask you anymore. I know you're a yes all day. That's carried. Thank you. Who would you like to come up first? Okay. This is the applicant?
This is Mr. Lamb.
Sorry?
Ted Lamb, the adjacent landowner.
Mr. Lamb? Okay. Morning.
It's already on. Good morning, Council.
Morning.
Thanks for allowing me to speak. Yeah, so we've been the adjacent landowner to this property for a number of years, about 10 years. So we were there, you know, with the previous landowner and through the application to develop that particular land. So our concerns, you know, are mainly the noise and the, you know, the disturbance in the area. And like we've lived through that recently with the increased activity in that land itself. So, you know, I think I understand their situation, and I think you know, we are generally reasonable people, but we have been impacted by this particular business. So we'd like the noise level and activity level to be reduced, I think is you know, what we'd be after. I think when I look at when I looked at the application, some things were maybe inconsistent to me. If you're winding down the business, I think, you know, you don't need a permanent change to a zone. I think a temporary change is more reasonable, and I think I heard Christy mention that as well. Sorry, I had a little trouble hearing what she was saying there, but.
Don't worry, I have the same problem, sir.
Yeah. So I think from a temporary basis, in order to wind the business down, I think that makes sense to me. But you know, of course, our concerns are the fact that all of the equipment showed up in the last 2 years from that business, and there's been lots of activity. So, and you know, it is quite a peaceful zone. I think there's lots of areas that you can conduct business within the MD of Bonnyville that are already zoned for that type of work. And so I think there's lots of alternatives for them, but I understand if they're winding the business down, you know, a temporary zoning change would make more sense to me, so.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Yeah, Councillor Crick.
Yeah, so we got on the screen, we got the green there, that's where the business is operating. You're the adjacent landowner, which?
Adjacent just to the south and west.
Oh, wait, across the road.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly,
thanks.
right across.
All right, thank you for your, sir. Yeah. Oh, 1 second, sir. I guess we have a question.
We have a question. So you mentioned that the activity has increased, and the description given through the development application is one employee leaving with a trailer in the morning and coming back at night. Are you saying there's more than that occurring?
Oh, yeah, there's more pieces of equipment than just the one truck and trailer operation described in the application. There's multiple units there, and you know, we have seen multiple folk, like either employees or people working at the site. So we would dispute the fact that it's a small operation.
Okay, thank you.
Based on if you look at the property now, you would see the multiple pieces of equipment there. So.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks. All right, any other questions before I make them get up again? All right, you can get up this time.
Thank you.
We can always bring him back. Yes.
Morning, council. I'm Brandon. So I can attest to like more activity. We have been cleaning up the yard. There's 40 years of accumulation of scrap steel there. So for when the complaint was issued to the MD, that's what we were doing on the property. So it was me, myself, and our mechanic cleaning the yard with a skid steer, a loader. So the noise of the backup beepers and
Yeah.
whatnot was,
Extensive.
yes, made the first complaint on the property. And we disconnected the backup alarms. Not that it's the safest thing to do, but we were trying to appease the neighbors with everything. So we only have one truck driver and myself, I'm an owner operator with Northeast Bulk, like I subcontract to them. So trucks go out in the morning, just one. And he's a respectful driver. He's 68 years old, so he's not jaking down the road. And we're not coming in and outloaded. So we leased out our shop in town, so that's why the equipment came back there, because we also have a yard in town, empty lot, but with the problems with theft in town that we see, it's better to be at our rural area where our mechanic lives on the adjacent 5 acres. So,
Yeah, as long as I can remember, that's always been a trucking, that, like as long as I can remember, for years and years now.
I grew up in the house there
Yeah.
in 1982 we built it, so.
Right. Yeah, I always remember that as from your dad there, yeah.
If there's a problem with like seeing things, maybe we can plant some trees. I would really like to, shooting for 3 years, but it may take 5 years. Like there's a lot more moving parts. As you guys know, we have numerous SMLs in the MD of Bonnyville, like pits, gravel pits, and I have to reclaim all that stuff. So, it takes time to do all this. So that's why, but.
Okay.
So.
Any questions to this gentleman here? Yep. Counselor Palmer?
Sorry. Through the Reeve, so your intent is to wind down the operation and
Yes,
that
it
it may take 3 to 5 years in order to do so?
Yeah. That's what I'm shooting for. Like, we've had already an auction sale a couple of years ago when my dad was still alive. So we've already downsized. We have lots more equipment out at pits and stuff like that, but we do most of the maintenance and stuff out there at those gravel pits for that stuff. So, but whatever's in the yard is just basically parked besides one truck that comes and goes to work. So.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions? So what all the main traffic right now is you're cleaning up the place and there's a lot of traffic going in and out?
Yeah, that was it. We were using a 1-ton with a deck with a box on it, and we were hauling it to the scrap yard. So there was numerous loads a day when we were doing that, but we kind of took a big chunk of it now, so there's still some work to be done, but 40 years of stuff bury you.
Yeah, no, I got you, yeah.
So.
I wouldn't hate to clean my yard, it'd be crazy.
Leave it for your kids.
My kids are too old to come and help me now with that, so anyway, any other questions? All right, anyone else would like to speak? Yes. Mr. Antonyuk.
Hi, my name's Derek Antonyuk. I live to the north of him and got the quarter around the 10 acres. Yeah, I mean, back in 2018, I was the one standing here against Bert, against what he was doing there, which was a little bit, a lot more than what Brandon's planning to do. As a business owner in town, I understand how it is with the theft in town and all the stuff, and it's nice just to be able to park something out of the way so that they can't get to it. And, I mean, yeah, as far as in 2018, Bert and his dad didn't really see eye to eye, and the operation was still going. And I feel for Brandon here where he's got to more or less clean up what he's been left with. So, yeah, I'm not opposed to it. I think that, yeah, he's definitely cleaned it up. It's not as much of an eyesore anymore. Sure, there's some equipment and stuff parked there, but he's only got one truck working, so I'm fine with what's going on next door.
All right, any questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Antonyuk. Anyone else, or that's Your turn, eh? Would someone like to make a motion or more comments or discussion? Counselor Palmer.
Through the rave to Christy. I'm not picking on you, Christy. Ultimately, would it be possible to maybe add on that if the intensity were to outgrow the rural industrial minor, that a reapplication would be required at that time? Is that a possible?
Yes, we could add that.
Perfect.
The permit is for what has been applied for, so there is no expansion allowed in this permit.
There's a expansion of time? Like it's, you said it's 3 years, but he's mentioning maybe 5 years.
Yes, if you wanted to change
Just
the
the extension?
expiry date to 2031, that is up to council to extend it from 3 years to 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah, the reclamation can take a little while.
Sorry?
Reclamation could take some added additional time outside the 3 years possibly.
Counselor Crick?
Yeah, I'll make the motion and we'll go with 5 years. That gives them time to get it cleaned up.
Okay. We're gonna just wait for that to change, or is that even on there?
It's up.
It's not on the motion, it's just in the okay. Thank you, Councillor Crick, for making this motion that council approves development permit application number 2026D-119 for minor rural industrial use for a trucking company as discretionary use as Part 6, Section 628 of a Part 7, Section 732 of the land use bylaw with the following conditions 1 through 3 before us. Any discussion on this motion? All right, I'm not seeing none. I'll call for the vote.
Vote in favor?
Thank you. That's carried. Thank you. All right, we'll take another, we'll take like a 5-minute recess to read this next one. Yeah, thank you.
Development permit application 2026-D-119 for Northgate Equipment and Supply Limited. The applicant is applying for a temporary 300-person work camp. The property is located on Highway 897, approximately 2,000 feet south of the Highway 55 intersection. Adjacent properties are the West 55 Industrial Park, 1 residential parcel, a quarter section remnant, and the city of Cold Lake. The applicant would like to set up a 300-person work camp with kitchen, dining, and administration facilities for 5 years to service the industrial and CFB Cold Lake infrastructure workforce demands. The applicant has been monitoring the regional accommodation demands, and it appears that the demand has been reduced. As a result, Northgate would like to respond with a smaller camp initially and expand as needed at the West 55 camp as demand increases. With this and the camp within the city of Cold Lake, they expect the West 55 camp to max out at approximately 500 beds. The work camp includes internal roadways, water, waste management systems, bus staging and marshalling areas for worker transportation, domestic waste removal by a licensed contractor, connect to the local power lines with on-site generation as needed, and connect to local natural gas with supplement of propane if needed. They plan to place modular dormitories as needed, as demand requires, up to the max of 300 workers. Adjacent landowner letters were sent out on June 17th, and we did receive a letter of concern as attached in Appendix E. They feel that this development is incompatible as the additional noise, traffic, and people will take away their peace, quiet, and privacy. A second letter of concern was received from the owner of the lot which has the previous approval. They have concerns based on the existing approval, the investment they have made on their site, the transportation upgrades, the lower workforce demand, and that it is creating a competitive environment. However, as per the land use bylaw, these are irrelevant considerations, and the council can only base their decision on the impacts of nuisance factors, compatibility with surrounding properties, servicing requirements, and the purpose and intent of any statutory plan. An Alberta Transportation Roadside Development Permit is required and has been applied for. A review of the Highway 55 area structure plan shows no conflict with the proposed work camp. Recommendation for development application 2026-D-119 is approve the request for a temporary 300-person work camp as a discretionary use as per Part 6, Section 6.38 and Part 7, Section 7.16 of the land use bylaw with the following conditions. Applicable building, electrical, gas, plumbing, and sewer permits as required as per the Alberta Safety Code Act shall comply with Consolidated Public Safety Bylaw number 1812 as per Section 52 of the land use, that is the wrong section and land use bylaw, but the outdoor lighting shall be located that rays of light are not directed at an adjacent site, do not adversely affect an adjacent site, and do not adversely affect traffic safety. As per Section 42.1 of the land use bylaw number 1915, the minimum setback shall be secondary highway 63.7 meters from the center line. As per Section 7.3.6 of the land use bylaw 1915, the minimum setback shall be side yard 6 meters, rear yard 6 meters. An Alberta transportation permit is required, and the camp is approved until July 14th, 2031, at which time a new permit is required or reclamation shall be undertaken. We do have the applicant here, and we do have the adjacent landowners to the south here. And I believe the adjacent landowners wanted to speak.
Okay. We need a motion. Thank you, Councillor Palmer, for making this motion to let the adjacent landowners speak. We'll just wait for it to come up on the screen there so we can take a look at it. You can make your way up, man.
Good morning.
Yeah, just 1 second, ma'am. We have to make the motion first, so, yeah. Give us a minute here.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Councillor Palmer, for making this motion. The council approves Christina Gingell to address council's opposition of agenda item number 7.4, development application number 2026D119, work camp. Any discussion on this, council? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote.
I vote in favor.
I knew that, Ed. That's carried. Thank you. Good. Good morning, Christine. Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm here to state my concerns with regard to the application for the development of a permit for 300-person work camp on the northeast quarter of 1463. My home is on the southeast quarter of Northeast 63. So thank you for allowing me this opportunity. I hope you have all had an opportunity to read my letter, which I hand-delivered earlier. So I'm here primarily to reiterate personally the concerns I set out in my letter. I have real concerns. I'm worried about the possibility of having my current lifestyle turned upside down, a lifestyle my husband and I have enjoyed for almost 50 years in this MD. The very reason my husband and I purchased this property so many years ago was to enjoy the peace and tranquility country living affords. This would no longer be the case if a 300-person work camp for transient workers were to be built right next door to us. Surely anyone would agree this is not a comparable use of land, a 300-person work camp as next-door neighbors to a well-established residential country home. Our daughter, grandchildren, great-grandchildren visit us here. This is our home. This acreage has been our oasis for almost 50 years for us and my daughter and her kids and their kids. So please, I would respectfully ask you to consider how you would feel if this camp were to be built next to your home property. I'm asking you, urging you to deny this application to construct a work camp on my doorstep. Thank you for allowing me to state my concerns.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, thank you so much. Someone else like to speak? Yes. Different? Okay. This is applicant, so we need a motion. Yeah, Councillor Crick will make that motion. We'll wait for it to come up in the screen, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Crick, for making this motion. The council approves Paul Duguay, sorry, to address council in favor of the agenda item 7.4 development application number 2026D119 work camp. Go ahead, sir. Oh, 1 second. No. I'm jumping the gun here. Ed's been saying yes so much today that I'm going too fast, so I'm going to blame you, Ed. Any discussion on this motion? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote.
I'm in favor.
That's carried. Thank you. Go ahead, sir. Sorry about that.
No problem. Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak to our permit. So a little bit of context on this. This project, when we first approached it, the workforce loading was in the 1,500 to 1,600 person range. Primarily two main contractors pursuing this opportunity and the work that's going to be happening on the base. Those proponents have separated now, one of them looking at a 600-person camp within the boundaries of Cold Lake, and then the other one we're talking to basically a 500-person camp that we're proposing in the, on the Bonnyville lot at Highway 55. That leaves 500 people from that workforce who are still going to be looking for accommodations within the area, primarily on living out allowances. These contractors are professional people for the most part. Anyone working on the base has to have a security clearance to actually get on the base to do the work. So it's our proposal to set up a lodge on our property, separate from the 55, to capture this additional workforce, which is going to be looking for accommodations within the area. So that was that's sort of brought us to here, and I appreciate our neighbors' concerns. They're valid. There's going to be 300 people working there. Are they transient? Yeah. They're going to be traveling through that neighborhood regardless, getting to and from the site. The busing would be done from the site too, so there'd be a park and ride set up to get them to the site. We've operated camps within communities before, Kitimat, and just to name one, Red Earth. We can take measures to ensure that we're as little disruptive to our neighbors as possible with access with noise considerations, and we're willing to do what we can to keep our neighbors, happy neighbors and satisfied with us there. Will there be some inconvenience? Is it going to change the vibe of the neighborhood? Yeah, it definitely would, but that's what it would take to do this. Just understanding that we would be sensitive to their concerns. And with that, I'll ask if there's any questions.
Yes, any questions from council? Councillor Palmer, followed by Councillor Kaluk.
Through the Reeve, I just have a couple questions. In order, like, I realize there's no site plan as yet designed, and the ability to mitigate some of the adjacent landowner concerns, would that be an entertainment of how you would set up the site?
Yeah, so we did submit a layout of what the footprint of the camp would look like on the site.
Mm-hmm.
There's a picture of it, isn't there?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that, sorry.
Yeah. So just, that's the best fit. Now, we would definitely consider doing a different style of layout, perhaps moving things around, but there is some power lines which actually run right through the site, just where the lower entranceway is to it, which could require moving those lines. I don't know how practical that would be, but we would definitely look at different options.
Is there actually two approaches there on that southern portion?
No, I believe there's just the one.
Okay. Okay.
Almost looks like two there.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, one goes into Xannies, and then there's a CNR lease, I believe.
An old CNR lease?
No, there's an oil field lease in there. I think it could be CNRL or Baytex, I'm not sure who has it.
That road that goes, that you could physically see here, that is the road that goes to the lease somewhere in the back?
Yeah, there's Xannies shop is the top north corner, a big shop there, and then the oil lease is straight in.
No, but I'm talking in the yellow box.
I don't know of any road approaches coming in there. I think you have to come down that other.
That just looks like a farmer's road to me.
Yeah.
Okay. Any,
No, I'm good, thank you.
all right, we had Councillor Klug, yeah.
Just curious, why wouldn't you put it at the northwest corner of that quarter of land to stay away from the residents? Like from the shop straight west, the shop straight north of you guys?
I'm not sure I follow you.
So if you go,
Just straight north of where you are now, move the block one block to the north, is that what you're asking?
northwest, yeah, just to stay away from the residential area, like,
Is there already a subdivision there, like, is there already 10 acre?
It's just 9.9 acres that we own there.
You guys already own this?
We own this land.
Well, how long have you owned this, sir?
Decades.
Decades, okay,
Yeah, it was bought by the founder of the company more than 10 years ago.
okay. So this is your land that you're
It's
talking?
our land,
Okay.
correct.
I don't agree with it going right beside a residential house. Because you're gonna have buses running 40 below, they're gonna be roaring out there. You're gonna be keeping them up. You know, the amount of traffic, the amount of noise, especially you're right next door.
Okay, any other comments or, yeah, oh, sorry. Councillor Palmer, go ahead.
So what would be your estimated setback from the southern boundary before your development would start?
So the southern boundary, if we're saying the southern part of that map,
Yeah.
that would be designated as park and ride for the bus crews and parking. So that would be that parking area. If I was to reverse that and put the backside of the dorms, which would be quieter, and run the access road in and up, and put basically the parking and park and ride area to the north of that site, it still might work, but we may encounter problems with the power lines that run there. I'd have to look at that. But that's something we would consider doing if we could make it work.
Is there an existing power line through that 10 acres?
There is.
Oh, there is, okay. And it's further south or further
It
north?
runs basically where that little, it's not really a road, it's more like a cow trail
Yeah.
onto the property, and it runs basically parallel to
Parallel.
that, all along that southern border of the property to the back.
Yeah.
That would work
Yeah,
better.
I just have some question in regards to, that road's gonna get busy no matter what. There's a 500-person camp going up in West 55 already as it is. They're gonna go onto 897. And all the development's gonna happen up in Primrose. They're gonna be using that road, and that road coming in and out of the base is gonna be extremely busy, so those people have to use that road no matter what. So, I mean, I totally understand, but it's just, that expansion is just so great that it's just, it's tough. And they're also extending the runway going northeast, northwest, right? As well, so, yeah.
I think their biggest concern is just how close they're gonna be to the residents themselves.
Either that one or
Reeve?
Kitty Corner is still the same distance, right? Okay.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, to the Reeve?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, just a bit of a concern. I was speaking with the Deputy Reeve earlier this year about the natural gas supply. That's in question right now throughout our community. So that's a pretty big sized camps that are coming in here. So I think that should be a question that has to be answered, probably from our gas supplier in the area. Because that was a pretty valid point that was brought up to me in the past. So just wondering if there's been any headway made on that problem, or if it's still a contentious issue for our development in our area. Thank you.
Yeah, that's,
Thank you. So the applicant had been made aware of our issue with the natural gas suppliers and was asked to reach out to them. If natural gas cannot be supplied by the local provider, they will be supplementing with propane.
yeah. All right, thank you. Counselor Crick?
So straight across the road from the development, what is that zone currently zoned as?
To the east is rural industrial.
Okay, thanks. And the zoning rate where it is right now is what? Sorry, the zoning where in the yellow box right now would be
That is agricultural.
agricultural. Yeah, thanks.
A work camp is discretionary on either zonings.
Oh, okay.
So I'm pretty sure on that red road going to the right, that's where the other big camp that we approved not that long ago is going.
Yes, and this application is not to replace that camp, it's to help downsize that camp.
Okay. Same camp, you're from the same, okay.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, go
through the
ahead.
Reeve, what's the reason for wanting to downsize the other camp and do two instead of just the one that was already approved?
It had to do with the consortium of major contractors working on a project who basically had some sort of falling out and decided they weren't going to be sharing a camp. So you've got one contractor group pursuing an opportunity in Cold Lake right now that I understand they haven't actually received a permit to proceed with that yet. That's my understanding as of the last time I checked. And then the other major proponent is the one we're dealing directly with on this location, and they've shared their numbers up to 500. So initially we were thinking 1,500, then it went down to 500, which is fine. That said, there's 600 in Cold Lake, 500 here. There's still a lot of workforce loading which are going to be looking for accommodations within the area. And that's why this other camp is, we're looking at that to capture these additional LOAs.
Okay, and one other question then. You said you can reverse the camp, so the parking lot is away. Would that make it quieter for the residents? And I guess I'm wondering if they would like prefer that option if they had to pick one or the other.
I don't think it would hurt. I don't think it would hurt because it would put the rear end of those dorms, which are quiet zones during the day, because you've got night shift, day shifts working in that camp, right? So they're all quiet zones. So that area would be to the closest to the property line. And then the main service entrances would be on the other side of the property. So that's where you'd see most of the cars coming and going. That's where people would be doing dropping off or park and ride for the buses. So we could look and see if we could make that change. Would it make it quieter? It would help. I'm sure it would help a bit.
And then I probably should have read this in the report, but there's probably a time, oh, here it is, till July, so 5 years. And at the 5 years, is everything expected to be taken out of there? That's the plan, or what?
Exactly, yeah. It's a 5-year plan.
You good? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I think if they were to look into switching it around, if that's gonna make it quieter for the residents, that would be, might be a better option, but that's my thoughts.
All right, thank you. Councillor Palmer?
I'd certainly be in favor if that were a capability, for sure, and moving the southern approach to the northeast boundary of the 10 acres. So they're not even driving down to the residents to the south.
Okay, absolutely, we could do that.
Is that picture correct? Is there that much trees between the residents, or is it, I don't know, I don't live there, or I didn't, or is that just? Sorry? Just an edge you can see through, no problem? Okay.
Just curious why, I understand you own the property there, but you have one camp across the road, and I know there's lots of room in there to put another camp. Why wouldn't you just keep them both together and stay away from our residents?
We're limited to the amount of we have available to us on that other site. And the other thing is, and this is more primary, would be because we might be able to secure more additional land in other site, but we're dealing with one major contractor, so that would be a dedicated camp. The other beds we're trying to capture are other contractors not associated with them. So Highway 55 would be a dedicated camp for one contractor. This would be a multitude of different contractors that we would capture on that site.
I'm just, because your first camp is going straight west, right to the, basically the end, right? Or east to the end of it.
Yes.
So when you turn into West 55 subdivision, I know it's all vacant land on the right-hand side all the way up to your camp. Why wouldn't you take a parcel there to stay away from a residence?
We own additional land right across the street. So it's utilizing our own property that we've owned for decades.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or okay, Councillor Crick?
Well, I'm willing to make a motion, but I'd like it somehow to capture that if the residents are more, would rather the camp be switched around, like reversed, that we go that route instead. I just don't know how to word that to make that happen.
Right?
Yes, go ahead.
If the power, like, we can't see the power lines, but the power lines are causing an issue, then I think it'd be pretty tough for them to do that. I think the residents that are next to her, they ought to want to see, they don't want to see it at all. That's my view. I mean, they've been sitting on its property for 10+ years paying taxes, and they bought it for a reason, right?
Yeah.
How many, ma'am, how many years were you living there? For 15 or 50? 50. That's a long time.
Yeah, it's, I recognize that living somewhere 50 years, you enjoy the quiet area. At the same time, areas grow, and that is on kind of a highway corridor. So that's where the development happens, is on the highway corridors. We don't want development going down a side road to the middle of nowhere, kind of, right? So it's one of those things that's kind of a hard situation, but I think we have to move forward with this. So,
Any other questions or additions, or anyone like to make a motion?
I think she's just looking into the possibility of swapping it.
Yes, right now it is.
Yeah.
I would, like a big fence or something.
Through the council and the Reeve. So we do have an option of tabling it to give them time to do research to see if we can change the site plan and bring it back to the August 11th meeting. We could table it to provide them time to get a new site plan. He is agreeable to that.
Okay, that works for the developer then?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll make a motion to table it till the August 11th council meeting then.
Okay. We have a table of motion here. I'll wait for it to come up and then we'll vote on it.
I don't think they move that quick. So basically, we're just gonna flip that over. So the only factor is the power lines. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Crick, for making.
Entranceway at them.
Thanks you, Councilor Crick, for making this motion. That council tables item 7.4, development application number 2026D119, work camp, the regular meeting of council, August 11, 2026. Any discussion on this? All right, I'm not seeing none. I guess there is no discussion on the table motion, so I'll call for the vote. Sorry about that.
I vote in favor.
Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to break for lunch now. Is that correct? Yes? Okay. Council ready? Okay. Wait, I'm not again.
Before you jump into it, can I just, once we come off the recess screen, just make sure Ed is here.
Sorry?
Just make sure Ed is here.
Ed? Ed, sorry, I told you it was a half an hour, but it was probably more like an hour.
No problem. I have to walk down the road, go find some food downtown here, and I made it back.
Are we live? Or we are? I was going to talk about you, Ed, but now I'm not, so.
Good, thanks.
We just had a meeting about you, so don't worry about it. It was all good, all positive.
All right, I want to know what he's talking about, that ice cream. I never seen no ice cream.
Yeah, me neither. Ed, I had an excuse I wasn't here, but I don't think I would have got any either, even if I was here, you know?
Okay.
That's how it goes.
All right.
All right, welcome back. We are going to 7.5.
Okay, so for development application 2026-D-123, we have to deal with the preliminary matter. Under council option number 1, we have that council approves waiving the 6-month interval period stipulated by bylaw 1915 under section 3.12.6 with respect to considering the same applications on the same lands for the purpose of considering development application 2026-D-123. So approving this motion will allow us to hear this application for the third approach at the Hutterites Colony.
Councillor Crick.
Yeah, I'll make the motion that we waive the 6-month interval.
All right, thank you, Councillor Crick, for making this motion that council approves waiving the 6-month interval period stipulated by bylaw number 1915 land use bylaw under section 312.6 with respect to considering the same application on the same lands for the purpose of considering development application number 2026D123. Any discussion on this, council? I'm not seeing any or hearing any. I'll call for the vote, please.
I'm in favor.
That's carried. Thank you.
Okay, so this is development application 2026-D-123. The applicant is Pine Meadows Colony. The applicant is applying for a variance to policy 3A.007 municipal road approach policy to allow 3 approaches on the parcel. The property is located at the southeast corner of Township Road 604 and Range Road 461. Adjacent properties are the Pine Meadows Hutterite Colony, a residential parcel, and agricultural quarter sections. The applicant constructed an approach to the sheep barn and lambing facility north of the existing farmhouse. Previous access to the site had been provided through one of the 2 existing approaches at the farmhouse. However, this created challenges as the feed truck had been sinking into the soft ground and the driving path has since been turned into field. The applicant is therefore proposing to keep the new approach at the sheep barn and remove one of the existing approaches at the farmhouse. There are now 6 approaches to this quarter section, 2 substandard field approaches, which were constructed when the road was rebuilt, 2 to the house, 1 to the sheep barn, and 1 to the confined feeding operation. Referrals were sent to Infrastructure Services Department with no concerns registered. Adjacent landowner letters were sent out on June 18th with nothing returned. Recommendation for development application 2026-D-123 is approve the request for a variance to policy 3A.007 municipal road approach policy to allow 3 approaches per quarter section as a discretionary use as per Part 6, Section 6.3 and Part 7, Section 7.3.2 of the land use bylaw with the following conditions. Construct as per MD construction standards for road approaches. Contact the Planning and Development Department once the approach has been completed and is ready for final inspection. Approaches in excess of the 3 are to be removed 90 days after inspection of new approach. Any questions?
Deputy Fadeev.
Good morning. So when that, sorry, I might have misheard you, in regards to there was an approach that was built and there wasn't a culvert put in. They're going to pull that out and put a culvert back in, or was that a requirement of ours?
Yes, they will require to install a culvert, but the way that they construct it with the machinery that they have is they put the culvert in after.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Crick.
I'll just make the motion to approve this.
Thank you, Councillor Crick, for making this motion. That council approves development permit application number 2026D123 for variance to policy 3A.007 municipal road approach policy to allow 3 approaches per quarter as discretionary use for Part 6, Section 6.3 and Part 7, Section 732 of the land use bylaw with the following conditions 1 through 3 before you. Any discussion on this motion? I'm not seeing or hearing any. I'll call for the vote.
I vote no to this motion.
Thank you. That's carried. On to 7.6.
This is development permit application 2026-D-126 for Scott Telecom Services Limited. The applicant is applying for a 150-foot freestanding communication tower. The property is located northwest of Highway 659 and Range Road 652 intersection. Adjacent properties are residential lots and quarter section remnants. The applicant would like to construct a 150-foot freestanding communication tower to provide Explore Internet services to the area. The application satisfies antenna system siting policy 3A009, and an Alberta transportation permit has been issued. Adjacent landowner letters were sent out on June 18th, 2026, and we did not receive any letters of concerns or phone calls. Recommendation for development application 2026-D-126 is approve the request for a 150-foot freestanding telecommunication tower as a discretionary use as per Part 6 of the General Regulations and Part 7, Section 7.3.2 of the Land Use Bylaw with the following conditions. As per Section 7.3.2 of the Land Use Bylaw 1915, the minimum setback shall be side yard 6 meters, rear yard 6 meters. As per Section 6.14.1 of the Land Use Bylaw 1915, the minimum setback shall be secondary highway 63.7 meters from the center line. The development shall comply with Health Canada Safety Code 6. Applicable electrical permits are required as per the Alberta Safety Codes Act. Compliance with all regulations of Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada. Compliance with Transportation Canada and NAV Canada regulations. The tower shall be constructed in compliance with the National Building Code and the Canadian Standard Association and respect good engineering practices, including structural adequacy. When the communication tower and facilities become obsolete and/or damaged and unrepaired, they shall be immediately removed and the development site reclaimed within 6 months of cessation of operation at the expense of the tower owner. Geotechnical report or engineered stamped foundation design to be submitted prior to construction. Any questions?
Councillor Crick.
It sounds like they got a lot of stuff all lined up, ready to go, and with all the conditions, no concerns, so I'll make a motion to approve it.
Thank you. Councillor Crick for making that motion that council approves development permit application number 2026 D126 for a 150-foot freestanding communication tower as discretionary use as per Part 6 of General Regulations and Part 7, Section 732 of the Land Use Bylaw with the following conditions before us. Any discussion on this motion? I'm not seeing or hearing any. I'll call for the vote.
I'm in favor.
That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Have a great one. So we're going to 9.2.1. Just throw your mics on there, boys. Thank you. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good morning, Council. Good morning. Yeah, we're here to discuss the request for decision for the levels of service that was presented to you guys on April 21st and on June 16th for the peace officer positions.
Okay.
Okay. On April 21st and June 16th of this year, myself, Public Safety, presented future level of service options to the Committee of the Whole, including addition of one resource to expand coverage from the current 5-day-a-week coverage to a full 7-day-a-week coverage. Crime prevention, traffic services, and other operational updates were also discussed as part of the level of service review. The committee requested further financial details, and this report provides a clarification and outlines the projected cost of adding 1 or 2 positions to the establishment starting in the 2026 fiscal year and beyond. The discussion on benefits, disadvantages, and options. Due to a revision in our police funding model with the government and RCMP, the MD has approximately $200,000 of extra funding available in our public safety budget for 2026. Recently, we have heard that the RCMP has limited human resources and traffic enforcement, with only one resource currently staffing a traffic unit in St. Paul that should have 3 to 4 officers. We have also heard that crime prevention, hours of service, and traffic safety remain concerns for council, as we have had several fatal, and serious injury collisions within the MD over the past 12 months. While the addition of one general duty position and the overhaul of our public safety shift schedule could increase the coverage to a full 7 day a week, the margins are exceedingly thin if we try to add 2 additional coverage days with only 1 resource. Crime prevention initiatives work if they take place in the evening or early morning hours, with thieves and vandals become more active. Yet traffic enforcement typically takes place during business hours or the early evening when trucks and motorists are most active. The contradiction places greater strain on the unit that would be trying to significantly increase coverage while addressing council priorities with an increase of only 1 additional resource. Recent data from the RCMP indicates that while property and persons crimes are down in the MD, serious and fatal collisions in 2025 increased approximately 40% from a 3-year average, suggesting that traffic safety is an emerging concern. Reference to strategic plan, goal 2, enhancing safety in the community. Communication strategy, a comm strategy would be developed and delivered at the pleasure of council. Administration recommendation action. That council approves of the addition of 2 public safety positions for the 2026 fiscal year, utilizing available reallocated police funding, and furthermore, that the positions be operationally retained and funded for the foreseeable future, subject to future budget deliberations and operational requirements as recommended by the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you. Council? Okay, we have Councillor Crick.
I feel like I've talked plenty. I wasn't going to say anything, but I'd be in favor of going with 1 additional officer. It'll give us coverage 7 days a week where needed, and it'll be better on the budget, I think, than 2. So I think we're actually doing fairly well where we're at. But to get that extra little bit of coverage on the weekend, I think 1 will suffice. That's my thoughts.
Okay. Any other thoughts or comments? Councillor Palmer?
My thoughts is going ahead with the 2 positions with what is happening in the area. I think we can more than justify 2 additional bodies back to the Peace Officer Division.
Okay, thank you. The only concern I have here, Council, right off the bat, 1 or 2 doesn't really concern me, but as long as we keep them for a while, because they'll be turning up their whole lives to come here, and if we cancel it in a year, we have to be fully on board with this, so we're not firing these people as soon as they get here. That's what I want to say. Go ahead, sorry, Deputy Reeve Fadeev, I think you wanted to say something.
Yeah, again, don't have any issues with the 2. Just the only issues that you have is, our policing costs have increased $1.9 million with really 0 impact that we're seeing, right? So I think that's my biggest concern. And, there is an impact to our budget, and I think, we've been trying to look at it, and as people have retired, we haven't replaced them. So I think it's one of those things where we've scaled back as far as we could and seen our needs, and these guys right here are telling us that we're looking for some, and they're the professionals. And I don't know, lately, every call that I've been getting is about extra policing. I don't know if you guys put them up to that or not, but the ratepayers are going, it's great. It's getting really busy here, come like some areas like Crane Lake and Murray Lake. They're getting busy, and a lot of people are coming in from out of town cities, and
well, just all the camps we're approving,
and they're tearing up some of the countryside. So they've asked us to do more patrols especially on the heavy weekends, just so people can see them there. And I think it's I'm in favor of 2.
Yeah, out of sight, out of mind, but
Yeah.
when in sight, in mind. Go ahead, Counselor Klug.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. You guys are going to need a lot more help with these camps coming in, and there's going to be a lot of extra people cruising around that you're going to have to take care of. So I'm not sure if you guys are going to do night shift as well, because a lot of them start driving around later in the evenings. So I'm not sure what your cutoff time is going to be, but definitely you need to help.
Through the reeve to Councillor Cook. Evenings are a possibility. I wouldn't say overnights, but later into the later evenings, would it be a possibility? Just because as soon as we get into the wee hours of the morning, we'll probably start to come across things that maybe we're not specifically trained to deal with. That would be more of an RCMP matter. So we'd like to separate as much as we could, but not to say we couldn't extend our hours till 1 or 2 in the morning.
Oh, sorry, I cut you off there. Go ahead.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Counselor Duchesne?
Yes. As was stated by the previous applicant for camp, they will be working shift work, night shift, day shift. There'll be nobody driving around, I don't believe. If I remember correctly, staying in camps, we get to work, we get home, we eat, we sleep. It's as easy as that. I don't believe we should accommodate 2 extra guys. I agree with Josh, Councillor Crick. We could go with one position for now and see how that goes. As far as crime is going down, I don't think we would need that extra position. So I would say go for 1 position only. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to? Yes, Deputy Reeve Fadeev?
Yeah, just, one thing about these camps, like, you gotta remember that, I don't wanna sound the alarms of, oh, these camps are coming in, everything's happening. We just heard that every contractor going to the base has a criminal check done by the base as well. So they're all vetted. These guys aren't quote-unquote criminals, or else they wouldn't be working up there. I know a few criminals, and they don't work. They're criminals. They don't work, right? So, so that's just, I think, but, yeah, again, that's just 2 extra thoughts we want to throw out there, that these camps are gonna.
Yeah, no, I like to reassure the people in the area that, like, this is not, but there's stuff that happens. Like, it's just, if you have to go, things happen in camps, and the odd time things happen, and you're not gonna fool anybody by saying nothing's gonna happen, right? So there could be something happen, there might not be, but there is a possibility. So we'll go to, I shut myself off. We'll go to Councillor Crick, then Councillor Palmer.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that we had a report from the police committee that all the crime stats are down in the area right now. Don't think that we need to, rush into hiring more, because I agree with Reeve. We don't want to increase the number of employees and then change the number right away and drop it down. If we went with 1, if we need another one in a year or 6 months, we can always relook at it. But we can go with 1 now, and then if we need another one later, get another one.
To comment on that, it might be hard to even find one in 6 months sometime. It's how you want to find the right person.
Yeah, it
or
could be.
persons, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Palmer.
I don't believe that it's necessarily just the work camps that are coming into the area that we have to be concerned about.
Yep.
More people coming in the area, period. The negatives and the positives show up. And ultimately, yes, crime is down, but it takes nothing to change those numbers. And when you start having the repeat offenders coming out from being incarcerated, they tend to bring the numbers up in a very short time. And ultimately, I do not believe we should put our guard down, that we should stay on top of it. So I agree still with the 2 added officers.
Thank you. Any other comments from anyone? Okay, would someone like to make a motion?
I can make the motion.
Would you like to make the motion? Okay.
The motion.
Are you happy with on the screen there? Obviously. Thank you, Councillor Palmer, for making the motion that council approve the addition of 2 public safety positions for the 2026 fiscal year, utilizing available relocation police funding and furthermore, that the positions be operational retained and funded and for the foreseeable future subject to future budget deliberations and operation requirements as a recommendation from the Committee of the Whole. Any discussion on this motion? Yes, Councillor Crick.
I know we're having a vote here, and I'm not going to vote. I'm going to vote no, but it's not no to the police. It's just the number, because I'm thinking 1 instead of 2. So if it fails, we'll make another motion for 1.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, I'll call for the vote.
I vote not in favor.
This motion has been carried. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. On to 9.2.2.
Yes, Mr. Reeve, that's still my department here. This has to do with unbudgeted flooding expenditures.
You should hear me during council. It's the same.
through the Emergency Management Department. On April 27, 2026, and in the days that followed, a rainstorm delivered unseasonable amounts of rain and snow to the MD of Bonnyville over a very short period of time. Additionally, the spring melt had not yet concluded, which exacerbated the problem and created overland flooding situations throughout the MD. Consequently, many roads were washed out. Many roads were closed, bridges were affected and closed, and overland flooding destroyed many culverts, roads, and even a boat launch at Manitokan Lake. This type of scenario is difficult to budget for, which is why administration is requesting that council provide access to unbudgeted funding in the sum of $1.3 million to permit the necessary repairs to be undertaken. The MD's Emergency Management Department has been in contact with the Alberta Emergency Management Agency and is working with them on a cost recovery for damaged community infrastructure. However, the process takes several months and is based on cost recovery of those funds already expended by the local authority, not a prepayment in simpler terms. The 2 reserves that we'd like to access for emergency funding are the Emergency Management Reserve for $400,000 and the Cash Flow Reserve for the remaining $900,000. Both reserves have adequate funding for the amounts requested. It is anticipated that some of this emergency funding will be recuperated from the Government of Alberta once that process has run its course. Exactly what will be recuperated is unknown, but the best case scenario would be a 90-10 split, with the Government of Alberta funding all but 10% of the repairs. Typically, the split would be less favorable to the MD once all calculations are completed. Reference to the strategic plan is that we believe in maintaining strong financial health. We value good environmental stewardship, and we value the safety of the public and those that serve the municipality. We've got some references to provincial legislation, the Emergency Management Act of Alberta, and the Local Authorities Emergency Management Regulation. And of course, the cost and source of funding has already been itemized at $400,000 from the Emergency Management Reserve, $900,000 from the Cash Flow Reserve. Our recommendation is that Council approves an unbudgeted expenditure in the amount of $1.3 million for emergency infrastructure repairs due to overland flooding during the spring of 2026, with the source of funding to be $400,000 from the Emergency Management Reserve and $900,000 from the Cash Flow Reserve. And I'll take any questions that you may have.
Council, any questions? Councillor Crick?
So is this all like roads and culverts, bridges, the boat lift? This is what the money's being used for? To replace or repair?
Through the REIV, yes, that's correct. It's being used to repair any damages that are that were deemed, within their scope through transportation utilities. They've been working hard on culverts, on.
And the reason it's coming through the Emergency Management Department is because then it's because it was due to that one flooding incident, and we can get some back from the province. Is that right?
Through the REIV, that's correct, yes.
So this is money we have to spend to repair our infrastructure regardless.
That's correct. Yes, this is what we estimate it'll cost to do the repairs.
Yeah.
And then, of course, after that process, I mean, it's already underway, but we've already made the application through AEMA to cost recover some of that funding that we spent. As I said in the RFD, the best case scenario is a 90-10 split. So if everything that we submit is approved, it could be a 90-10 split, but usually it falls a little bit closer to reality. It's not that we don't usually get everything we want.
Yeah.
It'll be a 50-50 by the time we're done, is what he's saying, I think. Maybe higher.
But this is kind of a no-brainer motion to make, I guess, that we make this motion, maybe we get 50% back, we don't make it, we still have to repair all the infrastructure, we still have to.
Are you saying that I should make the motion then?
No, I'll make the motion. I'll go through.
Because you said it was a no-brainer.
Yeah, I'll make that.
Thank you, Councillor Crick, for making this motion. I think you made most of them today, so you might as well keep going. But Ed has denied twice, so that council approves the unbudgeted expenditure with an amount of $1.3 million for emergency infrastructure repairs due to overland flooding during the spring of 2026, with the source of funding to be $400,000 from Emergency Management Reserve and $900,000 from the Cash Flow Reserve. Any discussion, council? All right, I'm not seeing or hearing any, so I'll call for the vote.
I am in favor.
Thank you. That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Yeah, you're welcome. 9.3.1. Morning. No,
Morning.
good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council. You almost caught me there. We are here to present ATCO's proposal for the LED conversion program. ATCO approached the MD of Bonnyville and proposed to convert the remaining 393 streetlights to the invested inventory. We currently have 436 streetlights in the MD. 393 of those are non-LED lights. Upon accepting of the proposal, we would convert the remaining 393 streetlights to LED. All of our streetlights would be incorporated into what we call the invested rate. We would receive an initial payment of $207,000. ATCO would convert the remaining streetlights to LED, incur all the costs for life cycle replacement, maintenance, and damage. This would lower administrative burden, lower energy consumption, and improve lighting quality, safety, and reliability. This aligns with both of Council's strategic plans by building a viable and diversified regional economy, by reducing cost, enhancing safety to our community. Many communities that have already accepted this have reported increase in lighting due to the LEDs. 78 of 83 of the communities that are under ATCO's, belong to the ATCO energy system have already adopted this program. There's going to be no immediate cost to the MD. Like I said, we're going to be receiving a lump sum payment upon acceptance of the program of $207,000. Along with that, we are going to see an initial decrease in our power consumption rate because everything's going to be converted to LED. We are going to get an increase in unit rate multiplier. What that is going to be, because we're going to be going to the invested rate, so we do have to pay ATCO an increased monthly premium because they're invested. Along with that, there will be an adder. It's a unit rate multiplier. This is put on by the Alberta Utilities Commission, and upon completion of the program, this is going to be removed. There's not an exact date for that, but it could be anywhere from 1 to 2 years. But even with these two adders, we're still we estimate that we're going to see a decrease in our monthly expenses just due to the LED program.
Okay.
It is administration's recommendation that council approves converting the remaining streetlights to the invested inventory and accept the LED multiplier program. I should add that this is kind of an all-in-one. We do have to accept, like if we have to put everything to the invested and accept the LED conversion program in order to, we can't just pick and choose certain amounts of them.
I understand. Okay.
At this point, yeah, if anybody has any questions.
Any questions? Ed, would you like to make a motion?
I can make that motion to go with recommended actions.
Thank you, Councillor DeShane, for making this motion that council approves converting the remainder of the streetlights inventory owned by the MD of Bonnyville to the invested rate as recommended by the Committee of the Whole. Any discussion on this, council? I'm not seeing or hearing any, so I'll call for the vote.
I vote in favor.
This is carried. Thank you.
Thank you, council.
Yeah, you're welcome. 9.32, that means big guy's coming up. There he is. Good afternoon. Yes.
This is for Bridge File 9595, the Lessard Bridge Replacement Study. Administration is hoping to use remaining 2024 bridge engineering budget to carry out an engineering study that will be needed for the life cycle replacement of Lessard Bridge. Administration is requesting council review this plan and confirm that it will be an acceptable use of these funds. A study of Lessard Bridge's replacement is needed for the following reasons. It is 96 years old and has reached the end of its useful service life. Its location largely predates the transportation network around it. Its approach roadways are too steep for paving. It is load restricted. It has a high maintenance cost. Almost $1 million has been spent in the last decade to extend its service life, with another $2 million likely required in the next 5 to 15 years. Its replacement will be very complex, so advanced planning is required. We need some more information on future alignment. We need some more information on estimated costs, and more information is needed on land requirements so the MD can acquire the needed right-of-ways. Administration is proposing to compare two corridors as part of this engineering study, Range Road 452, which is the existing, and Range Road 450 aligned with Fort Kent. See the attached location map that includes the recent traffic count information. I'll skip over to communication strategy. Communication strategy to be developed in consultation with council once the proposed study is complete. The goal of the study will be to gather information required to advance the next stages of the project, which will be to approach the affected landowners about the needed right-of-way, seek the required funding to complete the project, and engage the public. Our recommended action is that council approves the reallocation of funds from the 2024 bridge engineering budget in the amount of $60,000 to complete an engineering study for the replacement of Lessard Bridge. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Any questions, or someone like to make a motion? Your thoughts? Caroline, or sorry, Councillor Palmer? Yeah? Okay. Thank you, Councillor Palmer, for making this motion that council approves the reallocation of funds from the 2024 bridge engineering budget in the amount of $60,000 to complete the engineering study for replacement of Lessard Bridge BF 9595. Any discussion, council? Okay, I'll call for the vote.
I'm in favor.
That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
On to 9.5.1.
Good afternoon.
Okay, we'll go to 9.4.1.
So in front of council today, we have a removal of municipal reserve designation for Plan 062-1293, Block 1, Lot 1 MR. The owner of Southeast of 10, 61 of 6, has expressed interest in returning it to agricultural use as they do not intend to develop it under the current area structure plan and land zoning. This parcel does not currently have physical access to Township Road 611A, so we are looking to remove the municipal reserve designation from Lot 1 MR and sell it to the landowner, where it would then be consolidated into the Southeast of 10, 61-6 in order to provide access. A public hearing was held on June 23rd, and there was no written submissions or in-person or virtual attendees. So administration is recommending council directs the designated officer to notify the register that the provisions of the Municipal Government Act have been complied with and requests the register to remove the designation of the municipal reserve from Lot 1 MR.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
I would make the motion to adopt option number 1, or to approve, sorry, option number 1.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Palmer, for making this motion. The council directs, well, am I on the right one? Directs the designated officer to notify the register of the provisions of the Municipal Government Act have been compiled with the request of register to remove the designation of municipal reserve plan from 1293 Block 1 Lot 1 MR within Southeast 10 61 6 west of the 4th Meridian. That's the one. It's a mouthful. Any discussion on this motion? Okay, not seeing any, I'll call for the vote. Sorry, I had the wrong screen on for a bit.
I'm in favor.
That's carried, thank you. On to 9.5.1 now.
Good afternoon, or even council.
Good afternoon.
At the regular meeting of council on May 26, 2026, a delegation was made by Bonnyville Search and Rescue Society requesting to be added to the approved list of associations eligible to apply for the Community Association Operating Grant. Council directed administration to bring the request back to future meeting of council for consideration. The society is comprised of 12 certified members that respond to requests within the town of Bonnyville, the MD of Bonnyville, and surrounding areas as required. Currently, their average annual operating costs are approximately $5,000. The society does not charge for rescues. Most items are paid out of pocket by the members, except for the fuel that is reimbursed by RCMP when they are called in to help. The society owns assets that include 2 boats, an ATV, trailers, generators, tents, radios, and GPS systems. They do regularly apply through the province for a training and equipment grant, but it isn't guaranteed. They were successful this year in attaining a grant with the MD for $4,000 through the Community Action Grant to purchase new gear. The attachments are the policy Appendix A, the search and rescue financials for 2024, Appendix B, and the 2025 search and rescue financials, Appendix C. Administration is requesting council's decision to whether to include the Bonnyville Search and Rescue Society as an approved eligible community association under policy 3C.011 for 2026. Should council choose to proceed with the addition, administration will require clarification on the funding level council wishes to allocate to the foundation, as well as funding source for this year. Community associations currently listed in the approved list without ownership of a hall can receive a maximum of $5,000. The reference to the strategic plan is promoting community development. The cost and source of funding. If all current eligible community associations apply for funding, the total will be $575,000. Community association operating grant fund for 2026 is $575,000. So potential source of funding, if council choose to add the foundation effective 2026, would be the Community Action Grant Reserve Fund or Cash Flow Reserve Fund. For the communication strategy, the association will be notified council's decision via email. Administration's recommendation action that council approves, including Bonnyville Search and Rescue Society to the list of approved eligible community association under policy number 3C.011, Community Association Operating Grant Policy to a maximum grant of $5,000 annually, and furthermore directs administration to draft an amendment to the policy effective for, if we go this year, 26 or 27.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer?
Was this not the policy that we had talked about doing a review on here in August? It is, that we were going to meet at, okay, so my only question for administration, what would be the easiest for you, for us to proceed to make a change now if council so sees it, or to wait until we review all of the document come August?
If, through the Reeve to council, if administration, or if council is wanting to add search and rescue, we can do that now, and then it'd be part of the review at that point.
Just smiles. I make the motion that council approves.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Palmer, for making this motion that council approves, including the Bonneville Search and Rescue Society to the list of approved eligible community association under the policy number 3C011, Community Association Operating Grant Policy for the maximum grant of $5,000 annually, and furthermore directs administration to draft an amendment to the policy effective for 2026 to 2027. Any discussion on this motion? Yes, Deputy Reeve?
Yeah, yeah, it's more of a comment. I mean, things like this will definitely give these guys hope to continue what they do. It's a tough job for them to be going out there all the time on volunteer work, to be working on a shoestring budget, and this just kind of solidifies some of the funding, and yeah, I'm happy this is going forward.
Thank you. Great comment.
Mr. Reeve?
Yes.
If we could just get clarity, are you wanting it to specify 2026 or 2027?
Okay.
I would change or amend the motion for 2026.
Everybody okay with that? I think so. Yep. Okay, I'll call for the vote.
I vote in favor.
Thank you. That's carried. Thank you. On to 9.5.2.
So as per the MD of Bonnyville Municipal Scholarship Program Policy number 3-3C.021, all applications were submitted by the June 30th deadline. They have been reviewed independently by 3 people from administration using a redacted, non-biased diplomatic approach, who came to a consensus and are now providing to council an award recommendation for your consideration, deliberation, and discussion. Copies of all submitted applications were provided to council for their review prior to today, along with the scoring matrix survey. 16 applications were reviewed by the deadline intake in the following categories: medical doctor 2, doctor of veterinarian medicine 5, and RN NP 9. Attached for council's information is the policy Appendix A and the scoring results Appendix B. Reference to strategic plan is promote community development. Cost source of funding and the 2026 operating budget for municipal scholarship program to be awarded in each of the following categories: medical doctor 14,000, doctor of veterinarian medicine 10,500, and RN NP program 7,000. The community strategy. Each applicant will receive an email detailing the scholarship award results through the community services team, as well as being advertised and communicated on our social media pages and website through marketing and communication department. So, as I said, with the redacted versions, so 2 went for medical doctor, so MD1, MD2, as opposed to names associated. So the recommendation that council approves the award of municipal scholarship under policy number C-3C.021 municipal scholarship program as follows. Medical doctor program, 14,000 to MD-2, and doctor of veterinary medicine, 10,500 to DVM-4, and registered nurse and nurse practitioner program, 7,000 to RN-NP3.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to accept this. I'm also excited to talk about the grant program we're going to have with trades as well. And just keep that in guys' mind when we come up to budget. We'd like to have some numbers, and I had some brief discussions with the Portage College, and they're happy to make a presentation as well on trades and which ones are the hot spots and which ones are not. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other? All right. Thank you, Deputy Fidea, for making this motion that council approves the award of municipal scholarship under policy number C-3C.021 municipal scholarship program as followed. The ones 3 before you there. Any discussion? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for the vote.
I vote in favor.
Thank you, Councillor DeShane. Nothing came on the screen. Here we go. You guys get it? Yeah. That's carried. Thank you. Thanks. 9.6.1.
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
The Asset Management and Finance Department collectively made recommendations for amendments to the current tangible capital assets policy as presented. This is to align with current accounting and asset management best practices. The policy guides administration in determining which acquisitions to capitalize, how to classify them, and how to manage life cycle planning. As the municipality moves towards refining its asset management practices and financial sustainability goals, this policy and the resulting practices provide a framework to align current and future financial and asset management practices. The revisions to this policy help to align with both strategic plans to build a viable economy by accounting for all major critical assets in a manner that accurately reflects the actual costs and life cycles, and to enhance community safety when our infrastructure and all of our assets are properly maintained and accounted for. This helps just to make sure that we can have good bridges, good roads, and aids in that. These policies will align with, like I kind of reiterated before, it's just to help align with modern accounting practices and asset management practices. It aligns with all the MGAs and all the public sector accounting standards. Although the proposed amendments don't have any immediate impact on approved operating or capital budgets, changes to capitalization thresholds, classifications, and useful lives have effects on future financial reporting, including statements of financial position and net book values, to name a couple. It is administration's recommendation that council adopts the amended policies to C2B.013 Tangible Capital Assets Policy as recommended by the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor
I
Klug.
recommend we adopt this.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Klug, for making this motion that council adopts amended policy number C-2B.013 tangible capital asset policy as recommended by the Committee of the Whole. Any discussion, council? I'm hearing none and seeing none, so I'll call for the vote.
I vote in favor.
That's carried. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. You're welcome. 9.6.2.
Good afternoon, Raven Council.
Good afternoon.
Administration has prepared a policy to establish operating reserves for the Bonnyville and District Centennial Center for Council's review and consideration. The proposed policy is to establish a reserve to retain annual operating surplus funds and to mitigate operating year-end deficits for the C2, as well as to provide guidelines for these reserve funds. The Committee of the Whole reviewed this policy, this draft policy, on June 16, 2026, and are recommending that Council adopt policy number C-2B.037, the Bonnyville and District Centennial Operating Reserve Policy as presented. The policy is attached for Council's review in Appendix A. This will be posted on the MD of Bonnyville's website when adopted. The administration's recommended action is that Council adopt the policy number C-2B.037 Bonnyville and District Centennial Center Operating Reserve as presented. Any questions?
Councillor Klug?
Oh, sorry, that was left on.
Okay. You thought you had to do two in a row, eh?
I could do that.
All right, there you go. Councillor Klug?
I'd like to adopt the motion, please.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Klug, for making this motion that council adopts new policy number C2B 037 Bonnyville and District Centennial Center Operating Reserve as presented. Oh my goodness, it's getting to be. Sorry, everyone, I've been gone forever and I drove all day yesterday, so I'm a little off. Any discussion on this motion that I bashed? All right. Yeah, it was not very good. I pronounced two words wrong. I don't hear or see any, so I'll call for the vote.
Vote in favor.
That's carried. Thank you. Need a can of Red Bull here. 9.6.3.
Administration has prepared a policy to establish capital reserves for the Bonnyville and District Centennial Center for Council's review and consideration. The proposed policy is to establish a reserve to retain unspent capital funds for the C2 Center and to provide guidelines for these reserve funds. The Committee of the Whole reviewed this draft policy on June 16, 2026, and are recommending that Council adopt policy number C-2B.038, Bonnyville and District Centennial Center Capital Reserve Policy as presented. The policy is attached for Council's review in Appendix A. Once again, once this policy is, this policy is adopted, it will be posted on the MD of Bonnyville's website. Administration's recommended action is that Council adopts the new policy number C-2B.038 Bonnyville and District Centennial Center Capital Reserve Policy as presented.
Thank you. Yes.
I'd like to adopt Appendix A, please.
Thank you, Councillor Klug, for making this motion that council adopts policy number C-2B.038 Bonnyville and District Center Capital Reserve Policy as presented. Any discussion? I'm seeing none. I call for the vote.
Vote in favor.
Thank you. Carried. On to 9.6.4.
Administration has prepared a municipal credit card borrowing bylaw to authorize and borrowing up to $200,000 for credit card purchases. Corporate credit cards are used as an operational payment tool to facilitate efficient purchasing, online transactions, and other approved municipal expenses where conventional procurement and payment methods may be less practical or timely. The proposed bylaw would increase the authorized credit limit to a level that better reflects current operational requirements, provide sufficient capacity to support municipal operations, and to align the municipality's borrowing authority with present-day needs. Payment on each corporate credit card will be made monthly by the due date. Attached for Council's review is Appendix A, the bylaw number 1838 Municipal Credit Card Borrowing Bylaw. This is in reference to the Alberta Municipal Government Act, Sections 251 and 256. Following first reading, bylaw, this will be advertised in accordance with provincial and municipal requirements prior to coming back to council for second and third reading. Administration's recommended action is that bylaw number 1938, being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonnyville number 87 for the purpose of municipal credit card borrowing, be given first reading.
Thank you. Just looking for a motion. Thank you, Councillor Palmer, for making, you have something to say, Ed?
No, I just gotta make the motion. Sorry.
All right, we'll change that to Councillor DeShane making the motion. That bylaw number 1938 being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonnyville number 87 for the purpose of municipal credit card borrowing be given first reading. Any discussion, council? Not seeing any, I'll call for the vote, please.
Vote in favor.
Thank you. That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. 10, correspondence and information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have 8 items in front of us. I'd like to take opportunity to review 3 of them. The first one I'd like to review is 10.5. As you see in front of you on the screen, it is a thank you card from Bonnyville District Chamber of Commerce supporting or suggesting or indicating we had a great time at the chili cook-off. I'd like to thank Daree for some of the best things he's tasted all day would be some of that chili.
All right, thank you for that.
Okay, item number 2, 10.6. Another thank you card. It was with pleasure, administration, and without doubt council that we recognized our seniors. And it was an opportunity for us to support the Seniors Week activities. So another thank you from the seniors team.
Thank you for that.
And the last item I'd like to review is 10.7. It is important that we donate to local societies and groups, and without a doubt for this summer camp, and I'm going to be careful how I say this, FASD, which is the alcohol fetal spectrum disorder, they thanked us for supporting them. Each one of these camps that are in our community for privileged and non-privileged people are important to this community, and we thank council for supporting them.
Thank you. Anybody want to bring up anything else in correspondence, or would someone like to make a motion? All right, thank you. Councillor Palmer for making the motion that council accepts the following correspondence as information, 1 through 7. Yes, go ahead.
There is a 10.8.
Yep.
That's in there as well that we've got to go over. That's in correspondence as well.
Okay.
So that's the in-kind donation.
That's correct. We should go over that first before we make that motion. Thank you for catching that. Councillor Crick?
Yeah, I'll abstain from this one because my kids go to that summer camp.
All right, thank you.
Just a quick question. Are your kids going in there for free, or are they paying?
The camp runs off donations, so they have a donation that's, covers the cost of the camp, and we make the donation to cover their cost.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, would you like to talk about this?
I'd like to bring up Ian, Community Services.
Okay.
Hello again.
Hello.
So the Bonnyville Baptist Church has a camp that they run for 2 weeks each summer. They don't charge participants to attend. They cover costs through donations and fundraising, as was just mentioned. They are requesting the use of panels from Ag Services as an in-kind donation. The value will be the same this year as it was in 2025, which we approved. In 2024, was also the same request, and in 2023, it was half of the amount, so they've obviously seen some growth in that camp. So just looking to have a motion for the in-kind donation request for the church for the panels.
What are we donating again? Like exactly?
So there's a trailer with corral panels on it for horses. So it's 2 trailers of corral panels, 15 standalone 24 panel.
I know what they are. Okay, thank you. Councillor Palmer?
Just through Reef to Ian, just a bit of background. We're dealing with this way now because it's not covered in the grants policy, correct?
Correct. It was also an urgent request that came through. So definitely for this in-kind, when we go through our workshop, we will be talking about these type of items as well, moving forward.
Mm-hmm. Do we generally donate to church camps?
Historically, since 2023, we have to this specific camp, and we have given others in-kind donations of tables and that sort of thing. So it's not out of the ordinary.
Okay.
Deputy Reeve Fadeev.
Again, it's not a cash in lieu, it's just donations to help them. I'm not gonna ask them they're corralling the kids, but I'll stay away from that one.
Well, Josh's kids are there, though.
Well, there you go. So I like to go for option number 1, that council approves the request for Camp Shenanigans, is that what it is?
Yeah.
For an in-kind donation and the use of 2 trailers and corral panels for 15 standalone 24 inch or foot panels, right?
Yes.
For duration of July 17th to 24th, 2026, inclusive at an estimated value of $3,800.
Okay, I'll wait for that to come up on the screen. We have 24-foot panels at the MD? We have 24-foot panels?
There must be, because we've given it to them in the past since 2023. So I'm shocked they seem quite large, but.
Well, a 24-foot panel would need a loader to load them and to unload them.
I'm guessing
so-
it could be a 2-foot panel versus a.
Well, they're usually 12-foot,
Yeah.
those panels, but.
That was the number that I was given, so.
Okay, just making sure. That's great. Well, it doesn't matter.
Mr. Chair, I
Yes.
just checked on our website and you are correct. It's a 12-foot panel.
Yeah. So it's 2 12-foot panels that stand together alone. Make sense? And we don't have no 24-foot panels in our, what? Okay, what? No, we can't. We don't have them, we have to buy them. Go ahead.
Has to be an amendment.
Did someone make a motion to this?
I did.
You did? Okay, and when we were discussing, that's correct.
Yeah.
Any other discussion?
Just wait till they make the revision.
We're just changing the 24 to 12, so I'll call for the vote right now anyway.
I vote in favor.
That's carried, thank you. All right, Caroline, would you like to make that motion that you made before?
That we accept all correspondence as information?
Yes. All right, thank you for making that motion. That council accepts the following correspondence as information, 1 through 8, I guess. Any discussion on this, council? I'm not seeing it. I'll call for the vote.
I'm in favor.
That's carried. We're going to report, thank you. We're going to reports from members of council.
Could you let me know what date we go back to for our reports here? I may have missed a meeting or two, or I have quite a bit written down here, so I was just wondering what date we go back to.
It'd been the 23rd of June, I believe, or is that correct, everyone? It was to the 23rd, so you're starting on the 24th of June, Mr. DeShane.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Whoever would like
Do
to
we
start.
want to start with?
Yeah, go ahead if you're ready.
Okay. Somewhere around the 23rd there, we did a Regional Advisory Council for HS webinar. And I think if you talk to some of the other councilors, you'll agree that this is something that was not needed. We don't know who put it together or why, when we already have regional advisory councils and people in place. So that was, I don't remember talking about that one in public, but it's kind of concerning that we have to add another committee or council group like that. And then we did some other webinars on impact analysis. And then I am part of the BRFA union bargaining for our ambulance staff and 911 call center staff. And that's still ongoing, so I won't be discussing any of that. I also attended a Riverland Recreation Trail Society or Municor meeting and AGM in St. Paul. And the society is doing some tree planting all along the trail for the whole length of the place. There's 5,000 seedlings a year or something like that going in. They've seeded already 1,200 seedlings, and it's ongoing throughout the season. Great weather conditions for planting, and they're catching really well. We've had some terrible washouts along the trail, and we lost some of our trail sites due to washouts, just like our roads out in the Heinsberg area. And we're also trying to raising some funds to match government funding. And we have to try and raise $25,000 a year to receive another $50,000 from the government for operating and maintaining the trail and for seeding all trees and all this. So we're working on that project right now. And that's all I have for meetings. I'm attending the provincial ASB conference here in Strathmore right now, and I just took the time off instead of going for a hike. I joined you guys at the meeting. Thank you very much. Talk to you guys later.
Thank you, Ed. Well done. Ryan?
Okay, going back to June 24th, had the pleasure of attending the off-campus school graduation, and also had the pleasure of sitting with Layla, I should say, and got to meet all the graduates. Some accomplishment for them. Very proud day for them. July 1st, Got to participate in both parades in Cold Lake and Bonneville with council, staff, and the Reeve handing out all the candy in front of everybody. He was having a great time. Also got to attend RUSC meeting. I guess the biggest thing is the grant for $602,000 for the water line that was presented to them. And they have a small issue at the lagoons right now, algae problem. They're treating it and they said they have it under control. And what else? Also got to take a tour with some of the staff and the CEO in Ward 5, looking at all the roads and coming up with a plan for some of the stuff. And that's it.
Thank you. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Yeah, thanks. This is in no particular order. Highway 28, they had an engineering meeting in Smoky Lake. I'd like to thank council that attended. That was awesome. We needed everybody there. They said they weren't taking names, but I'm sure all those names that attended went back to the province. That was held in Smoky Lake, and right after that, I went over to the Alberta Hub meeting in St. Paul. Was their AGM, and so we got to join our EgDev team there. And so Mayor Gerald Albers is no longer the sitting chair of that. Now we have Robert Snow, which is the mayor of Vegreville. He's the chair of Alberta Hub. And yeah, next day, Chamber of Commerce in Cold Lake had an economist come in from Alberta Treasurer Branch. That was really, really good to see his forecast. It was looking pretty good for the province. We're not really affected with the tariffs at all from friends down south. So I think the biggest problems are going to be down in on Ontario and things like that. So too early to tell right now. Then we, of course, we all went to Canada Day. That was a busy day in Cold Lake and in Bonneville. Also did the Cherry Grove fireworks. A little less crowded. It was quite nice. Then C2 Center, we had a audit report, and we went and checked out the new boilers. They're pretty impressive. A lot smaller, more efficient. So I'm excited to see the the better rates on our heating bills. Cold Lake High School grad. There was, I think, 165 graduates, something like that, right? So that was great to see these young kids become young men and young women. Cold Lake Chamber Mixer at the Lake House Bowling. Thank you, CEO's wife, for joining us in the team. She's not competitive at all.
Yeah, so don't kill.
Had a chance to meet up with ATCO, talk about some strategic plans on the economic development side. Enjoyed the Stampede. Didn't actually go to the Stampede itself, but to the some of the events that were around it. Pretty impressive place come this time around as far as like movers and shakers go. And so, I had a chance to meet with ex-minister Honorable Doug Horner, which was the former deputy premier of the province, ex-finance minister, and he also ran for leadership back just after the Redford days were there. So pretty high impact place. So we had seen Jean, Premier Jean there. I mean, everybody was there. Next day, we went to the opening with Minister Dreeshen. A lot of people from Texas were there, Washington. Had a chance to see fellow or ex-Speaker of the House, Nathan Cooper, and he told me to come by and see him next time I'm in Washington. That will be tomorrow, I guess. Anyways, have his card, so if you guys are in Washington, go see him. Yeah, and that's about really it. Marie Lake had some met with some ratepayers there. They had some concerns, and I think the ASB part is going to cover it. But That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Caroline?
So on June 25th, I'll back that up. June 24th, went to Smoky Lake regarding Highway 28 safety improvements. This was particularly addressing from Ashmont to Smoky Lake. Apparently, we will be getting one in the fall from Ashmont to Bonnyville, right? The next leg? Ashmont to Cold Lake, sorry. So it'll be interesting to see that. RMA, on June 25th, we met online with RMA regarding Bill 28 and the impacts it's going to have on a lot of municipalities. So the first rollout will be aggregate pits, which is taking a fair amount of autonomy away from municipalities in the decision-making process. So RMA wants to hear from municipalities and also wants municipalities to meet with their MLAs to express the concerns these impacts are going to have on specifically our municipality, which I feel is going to be a fairly large impact. On June 26, I had the honor to attend the École Voyageur graduation. I have a video to prove. I actually spoke in French and did my speech, and it was 12 graduates that graduated from the French school, so it was a great night. I had a lot of fun. I met with Bob from the city of Cold Lake, so we definitely enjoyed our evening.
Believe it or not, we have that speech on the screen here. Bring it up, girls.
No, you don't. I'm the keeper of the speech. On June 30th, met with MLA Scott Sear, with Rhonda Murin from the FCSS, and co-chair Kayla Blanchette regarding what FCSS initiatives are and how he could better, to possibly support and find different avenues of revenue to be able to support our community a little bit more in the gap areas. It was a pretty informative meeting. He responded to a few things that he did not know about, so that was great that we were able to bring him up to speed in our local community. July 1st, 7 a.m. pancake breakfast. 700 and some people, I think, attended that breakfast. It was a very busy day. Then on July, and walked the parade all the way to, I think I got on the float once, and it got really, really boring, so I got off and walked the rest of it all the way to BCHS once it went away, and I think I matched the color of my hat, and it was bright red. It was a lot of fun to see these kids right up close, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. I will do that again if the possibility arises. July 9th, Victor Kaluk's retirement. It was a great goodbye, great celebration. I myself am going to miss Victor. He's been a pretty big part of a lot of our lives over the years, and I think we'll miss him. And happy retirement to Victor. And that's everything.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think most of the things I was with other people and they've been covered, but I'll just go through it here quickly. So I attended the open house in Smoky Lake for Highway 28, and they're planning on doing 40 kilometers of overlay from Warspite, and then to Highway 36 North this year, and then another 31 kilometers from 36 North to 36 South by Ashmont next year. So I asked them to start from Ashmont, go in the other direction, because that's the worst part of the highway, but they seem to have their ideas, so we'll see what happens there. It was nice to see there was 4 of us, Deputy Fidea, Councillor Palmer and Councillor Amalia were there as well. So it's just good to see people putting pressure on the transportation department for that highway. I attended the economic update with the Cold Lake Chamber with the Deputy Reeve. Not sure if anyone else was there. No, I think it was just the two of us, but it was good. He figured that the two things this area really needs before we see really significant investment in this area is regulatory certainty and pipeline certainty. He talked about how with just the kind of the governments that we've had the last few years, probably the last 11, how it's there's not a lot of certainty there for investment. And he wasn't trying to get political. He just was, that's what he sees as kind of the facts. So it was a very good update, really. Attended the pancake breakfast July 1st, then went to the Cold Lake Parade, came back and gave a few remarks at the opening ceremonies at the museum here in town, and then the Bonnyville Parade. And I also wanted to thank the staff that did a great job putting the float together and being there for the day. And it had the privilege to attend Victor's retirement. I've known Victor for a while. Actually, he only lives about 1.5 miles from my house. And yeah, just a great guy. I didn't know him in the context that Councillor Palmer did from working here at the MD, but I knew him from other places in town. And yeah, I wish him all the best in his retirement. And then also attended the business mixer in Cold Lake the other day, which there was a lady on our team that said everything's a competition, and I had to point her to the scoreboard at the end.
Not me.
Well, he looked right at you. So you're done? When was Victor's retirement? What day?
Thursday.
Like this last Thursday? Oh, thank goodness. I did not attend because I had to be at a wedding in Montana. So, hey, Vic, I was going to apologize, but I'm not apologizing now. But
I'm going to quickly interrupt you.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that, Victor Kaluk's retirement, like it's only been 6 months since Councillor Kaluk came here and within no time at all, he got him out and he got him retired.
I wasn't going to say anything, Deputy Reed Fidel, but since you mentioned it, yes, I have noticed. Yeah, I don't know how he done that, but yeah. No, I didn't notice, but I noticed now. You guys mentioned everything that we did. Staff at the parades in Bonnyville and Cold Lake, they were over and above again. I'd like to thank all the council for all they did, all the walking they did, and the miles they made, and wherever else they might have been that day besides the parades. I'm sure you guys put your 2 cents in all over. I'm very proud of you guys for taking the effort on that day to, a guy wants to be with his own family and go do your own thing, but as council, it's your kind of your thing that you go and serve the community. So I'm really proud of each and every one of you and all the staff that was behind us for making us look good again. So thank you for that. Yeah, that C2 thing, I guess you mentioned it, Ben. Yeah, the boilers are going in. They actually had to take the boilers all apart to put them into the building, then reassemble them. So that's kind of cool. I was wondering how they got a 6-foot wide boiler into a 3.5-foot door or whatever. So they told me how they did it. So there was no magic involved. Yeah, thank you. That's about it for me. And I'd like to adjourn this meeting. Thank you.